Hello, greetings. Let me just check if this is working now. I restarted my cell phone. I think so. This should work. I restarted. Yes, it's working. I think so. This should work. So, greetings, dear ones. My cell was wonky from morning. I guessed it needs a restart. So, it's working, I'm sure. Hey, Karan Paji. How are you? Long time. Welcomes and pranams to all of you, dear ones, dear souls. Okay. Yes, now it's working. So, greetings, dear ones. My cell was wonky from morning. I guessed it needs. Okay, it's working. I tested. So I just wanted to do a brief session today. In the morning I felt prompted that I should do this. Okay, just give me a moment, just one moment. So welcome to all of you, Anita ji, Rahul ji, Ilshan ji, Hari Mohini ji, Sanjay ji, Karan Paji. I'm great too. Okay, I'm done. Okay, so I thought I'll come online today morning, and I got a cold, stuffed nose because the train AC was too cold. Not used to AC and stuff. I love living naturally, but this is a catch. When you're not used to it, then you get caught up with these things. So bear with me if I'm blowing my nose in between. So dear ones, I just had something brief from Tirunelveli. I was there, as you know. If you have been following my page, you must have seen that I was there for some days, for 3 days. And totally 4-5 days I was out, and it was a wonderful time, excellent time. I'd gone with my classmates, and some other friends also joined. My old dear friend Shivdas Bhai also had come. Kalidas Bhai was there already. So it was fun this time, and it was very deep also this time. I guess it was due to Mahashivratri, the kind of effect that he has, and this is what I precisely want to speak today to you about. The effects of spirituality. Knowing what we cannot see, because it's very difficult, because I've been traveling with my friends, and those who are very new to spirituality, and those who still treat places like Tirunelveli, which are powerful vortexes, powerful energy vortexes. They are different dimensions itself. They open up to different dimensions itself. But we are acquainted to going to such places like a pilgrim, or like a pilgrimage, or like a, going for a fair, a mela, or a temple visit, or a party event, or a picnic, or a trekking, or something to have fun. Basically when we talk about a trip, it's always like fun. Let's have fun. I don't mean that we shouldn't have fun. Of course, I have a lot of fun in my travels, during the travels, between the travels, and of course with my friends. And we have a good time together, talking, laughing, dining together. We don't miss out on those things. We don't make it very hardcore. But at the same time, I always emphasize on prioritizing on what we have gone for. What have we reached there for? What are we really going there for? Today I would like to share some little tips and things which might help you on the spiritual journey. Especially if you are still wary about the unknown, because unknown, unseen, invisible, and what we talk here mostly is about the invisible, what we cannot see, what we easily cannot perceive through our five senses. What we can perceive is very easy. Going to a temple, seeing a deity, ringing the bell and listening to the sound, touching the bell with our touch senses, looking at the deity, smelling the fragrance of the temple, tasting the prasad. It's very easy. With the five senses, we use all these five senses to have evidence of some kind of an experience there. But what we talk here about, mostly in Shifting into Awareness and my pages and my experiences, is all about the subtle. It's very subtle. It's all about connecting with that which you cannot see, that which is unknown, that which your five senses cannot perceive. So it might become a little difficult for people, especially for people who are new to all this. My duty or my work on this path is to connect people to that subtle aspect. Whether it is through these live videos or whether it is going on a pilgrimage itself with whomever I am with, and helping them assist to connect with their higher self. And the reason that we choose the power vortexes is for this reason, because power vortexes are powerful energy centers where energy is concentrated. The divine forces are concentrated. You don't have to make much of an effort. I mean, you can connect to the subtle even from your home, even from the streets, if you have that experience. But for new people, it might be a little difficult because they are not used to connecting to what is unseen, because they cannot perceive. And how would one know if you are really connected to the divine? And how would you know that you are connected to the extrasensory? How would you know that somebody on the other side is connected to you? All this needs a little bit of experimentation and experience. But experience will happen when you actually do it. If you do not do it and we hope that things may happen, or we listen to somebody else's story, it's not enough. I believe we must experiment. We must experiment with these. Experiment not with doubt, because there is no doubt in this. Why do I say there is no doubt? With connecting to higher dimensions or higher beings or ascended masters or your own master, I say there is no doubt. There is nothing called hope. There is an assurance, there is a guarantee, there is a knowing, short knowing that you are connecting to these beings, to these higher dimensions, because of the feelings that you get. Today, the topic that I wanted to convey here is about the power of feeling. Until you enhance this power of feeling, it's very difficult to even know whether these things happen. So when you enhance your feeling, what you are doing is you are trying to rise above your five senses. You are not staying limited to it. That is why in my travels I usually cut off people from all the rigid rituals. Whoever is with me, I am sure I go with only people who are like-minded and who can ascertain the similar things. I mean, if they are not like-minded, I would not prefer to go with them. Why means? The differences can create conflicts in your journey, because your journey is to attain something. We have been always having fun in this world. We have been doing everything in this world. But when it comes to spirituality, we are unable to connect to that realm or to that being of yourself in daily life. That is the reason we choose a separate agenda, a separate module, a separate time where you can focus on your spiritual aspect, where there is no other responsibilities of your gross or worldly responsibilities pulling you back. So you are going there with complete focus, because you have decided that you are going to gain something out of it. What you could not make up in your daily life, you try to make up in this place, and for that you sacrifice or you offer a little bit of disciplined commitment to what you are going to do. Commitment and discipline, I don't mean very rigid, I mean priorities. Your priorities when you are going to such places, or when you are trying to connect to higher dimensions, or to your master or ascended masters, the priority should be that, and rest all what you have, because we are all the time carrying some or the other thoughts, some or the other do's and don'ts, some or the other responsibilities, some or the other tasks. We are always busy in this world, and we have enough reasons to stay busy. You may say, I am a parent, I am a child, I am a teacher, I am a government officer, I am a social service person, I am so and so, so I cannot leave that. Very true. But that shouldn't become an excuse all the time. So, if it is becoming an excuse, I advise people to take some time out, because nothing is more precious than you, dear ones. At the end of the day, it's all about you. Your well-being, your understanding, your moods, your attitudes, how you feel, how you evolve, how you grow. It's all about you. So it is important that we must take time for ourselves. Take time for ourselves means prioritizing again, above everything. Whatever responsibility, see, you have 24 hours in a day in which you do whatever you want, but we are supposed to spend 30 minutes to 1 hour at least for ourselves in meditation. If those things are not becoming very prominent, then such trips to such places, such divine places do help. Sometimes living in the world, we are affected so much grossly by the worldliness that we get deprived, we get depleted, our energies get depleted, that we are unable to do anything else in life. We are unable to connect, though we know this is our priority. Even when we are sitting for our prior sessions of meditation or any kind of prayer or any kind of internal work with the self, we are unable to do that because we have already been depleted by the world. Perhaps because we have not been careful, and that is what I teach here and try to share about in this page called Shifting into Awareness, being in awareness. Because if you are in awareness, you will not be unwantingly wasting or depleting energies. You will become aware of where you are losing energy, and you will do something not to lose energy, so that these energies can help you when you need it the most. So, this is how we make these travels, and my travels are for my sadhana. I go for my sadhana. Purely it is for that. I never travel or never plan for others. I give them tips like what I am giving right now, so that you can travel whenever you travel or go to such places, high energy, high vortex places. You prioritize your life, you prioritize the you, and rejuvenate yourself. Bombard yourself with those spiritual divine energies, with that experience. Soak yourself in divinity, so that you can make up what you have not made all this time. And then you return back to the world to complete your work. Or sometimes people come to these kind of travels because they want to establish that kind of a divine link which they have lost, so that when they go back, what they have not been able to connect to, the divinity, they can connect. And I can assure you, all my trips that I've gone, I go for these reasons. It has always helped me, dear ones, to great extent. Please excuse me, I'm blowing my nose. I've had a little cold after the train travel. Solid AC. So I want to share actually what I felt and what I learned, the messages that I got from Tirunamala, Arunachala. every time I go there, I'm very serious. I'm all the time focused. This time I was not. This time I was little distracted with other activities. And I could see how it impacted. This is the reason that I'm talking to you now. Because every time I go there, I'm either alone or with very much people who are fully into it. And that makes me all the time 24/7 in that space. But when we are not, I learned how it can affect your aura, how it can affect your journey, how it can affect your whole process of why you are being there. And this prompted me to come and tell you this today. If you are not in awareness and if you go to such places, nothing happens. Most of the people tell me that they have traveled to such and such place. It was okay, it was good. The place was good, the experience was good. But nothing extraordinary happens. And in my travels, I always try to share to you what happens to me and what all I encounter there. It is not to boast about what I did and how I did and all that stuff. It is to inform the people on the path. Like me, there are seekers on the path. Like if you are not careful or if you are not focused, what can happen? And if you are focused, if you are aware, and if you are doing all those spiritual principles, certain principles, and there are some spiritual laws that you have to follow. And if you do those laws, as simple as that, you can have miracles. And this is what I try to share in my travels. You must have seen in all my travels, there are some or the other miracles happening. This is not to broadcast the miracles. There are many miracles that I don't even speak about, which I am not authorized to speak about. Yes, it does happen. There are sometimes very higher stuff happening, which is not supposed to be talked about. So I'm telling you, I don't share the whole part of it, but I can share what we can relate to. We can easily understand. If I tell something which we cannot understand, you will either doubt me or you will doubt yourself. And you will doubt the whole process itself. It's all risky. So until we are ready for that kind of an experience, and how do we get ready? By having these small experiences. These small experiences which our gross senses can acknowledge and give the proof and validate and say, this is so true to my experience. When you continuously have these kind of experiences, you are automatically open to higher experiences. You trust the higher experience very easily. Otherwise, it's very difficult. It's easier to doubt experiences. That is why I said, the awareness, the path of awareness is something that gives us evidence to what is happening to us. To be able to ascertain the world that is not seen. I'm sure for the past 2 years I've made so many videos on connecting to subtle aspects, including your master. How to connect without the physicality. How to not depend on the physicality. And go deep into the subtlety. Because the processes that we talk in spirituality are all subtle. It's not gross. Gross is worldly. Worldly business is gross. Spiritual aspects are all subtle. So there are two aspects of you as a human being, as a seeker. One is the gross aspect, with which we live in this world, with this body that is gross. We eat, drink, sleep, smell, taste, hear, see, enjoy. All through this body, the physicality. This is one aspect of us. The other aspect of us is that which we enjoy or which we experience without the grossness, like feelings, emotions, thoughts, dreams, fantasies, daydreaming, imagination, feeling, most important, the feeling. Feeling is something. Now what I told, all these things, thought, imagination, fantasy, all this you can create in your mind. But how can you relate to it? Whether it's true, that experience, how do you relate to it? It is with the power of feeling. If you can feel what you see, if you can feel what you hear, if you can feel what you think, it's true to your experience, because only with feeling you'll understand. Your body, your mind, your soul, all will be able to relate to that experience as true experience, because it's happening to you. But until you are not having one aspect, powerful aspect, you cannot even feel. What is that powerful aspect? You cannot feel without that. What is that? Awareness. Until you know awareness, until you cannot become aware, it is impossible to feel. Feeling is only when you are aware of that which you are feeling. When you can become aware of what you listen to, you can feel. When you can become aware of what you see, you can feel what you see. Are you getting what I am saying? When you can become aware of what you see, you can see means, I am not talking about the physical eye, because without becoming aware of, also you can see a lot of things. You need not have awareness to see. All day we are seeing, we are hearing, we are tasting, we are smelling, we are touching. It doesn't need our awareness, but we experience it and we know it's true. If there's a vehicle coming from front, you don't need awareness. Your eyes will tell you there's a vehicle coming. You don't need awareness. So the brain will coordinate with the five senses and inform you what to do. There's a vehicle coming, move aside. So you don't really need awareness there. It's all automated process, depending on your experiences that you have carried and the way you have trained your brain from childhood. Now what I am talking to you is not about this sense. I am talking to you about higher sense. You call it the sixth sense. What you see, if you can feel, or rather, what you see, if you can become aware of that, you start feeling it. For example, I am sitting here right now and I know I have got 4 other bodies. This is not the only body. This is the Annamaya Kosha, which is made up of grossness, which is made up of food. That is why Annamaya Kosha. There are other 4 koshas that I have, other 4 bodies. The etheric body, the mental body, the emotional body, the intelligence body. And the bliss body. These are Sukshma Shariras. Sukshma, subtle. You can't see. Stula, gross Sharira. You can see. You can touch. All the 5 senses are applicable to this body. But the other 4 is not. So what did I say? If you want to see your kosha. Now it's not magic. I'm telling you do this and you will suddenly see your kosha. I'm telling it comes by perception. It doesn't come by physical seeing. So when I say you can see your koshas, it doesn't mean that, if I do this particular technique, I suddenly will start seeing my koshas. Different colors and shapes and all that. No, I don't mean that. What did I say? I said feeling. You will feel it. The other bodies, you will feel it. You will experience it. That is your validity. It's not about seeing, because if it could be seen, it would have been seen. It cannot be seen because it is not in the vicinity of these 2 physical eyes. It needs something beyond that. And the moment you transcend from this to that, you start seeing it through your inner eyes. What does it mean, seeing through your inner eyes? It doesn't mean you see as you see from your physical eyes. It means you experience that experience. Whatever you see through your sixth sense, you experience that in your awareness, pure awareness. You can feel it, you can know it is tangible, it is there. That experience is there, that perception is there. So if I say your etheric body you can see, what is the next step? The etheric body is next to you, in which your 72 lakh nadis are there, in which your 7 basic chakras are there. The subtle system, this is your etheric body. So if you see, try to see your etheric body. We cannot try to see it with this, it is impossible. So try to see anything etheric that is subtle, means you shift from physical to subtle, to your other senses. How do you sense from your other senses? The power of feeling. How do you get the power of feeling? By becoming aware. Feel your etheric body, if I say. Feel it. There might be many confusion because you do not know. How can you feel which you cannot see? If I say there is an ascended master and you feel that ascended master, how can you feel which you cannot see? If I say feel God, you'll say, how can I feel God? I do not know where or how to feel. Very true. Because why? Feeling, we have always linked with the 5 senses. We feel when we touch. We feel when we see something. We see a girl or boy, spouse, children whom you are attached to. The moment you see, you start getting the feelings. You get aroused when you see, when you hear, when you smell, when you taste. So all these feelings happen. Till now it has happened in this physical body only when we are linked with the 5 senses. We have trained ourselves so strongly, grossly. We have trained so strongly that now we don't need any proof. So if I say, feel a rasgulla, not very difficult to feel a rasgulla. If I say feel or taste or know the experience of an ice cream, it's not very difficult because you know how to use your senses. Not just that, the memory in you from your past experience of having an ice cream or a rasgulla is still lingering somewhere in your conscious or subconscious mind. So you actually need not even eat that. Just go to the memory and it will trigger how an ice cream feels or tastes. How a rasgulla looks or smells or tastes or feels. Very easy. Why easy? Because from the time we are born, we are continuously practicing with the 5 senses. To a stage where we actually need not have that thing in front of us. You don't need a rasgulla. You don't need a delicious item in front of you for you to feel it real. See the catch. Your mind can be tricked with your memory itself, with the memory of what you got in the past. Suppose I tell you, cut a half-ripe mango or a sour mango, or let's go to lime, nimbu. Cut the nimbu, the lime, the juice that comes out of it. Put it on your hand, squeeze it, drops falling on your hand, lick it immediately. How does it feel? Now, the mind has the tendency, the capacity to recreate from your past experiences. You squeeze that, you can feel the squeeze, you can see, you can smell, You might smell even. It's not very difficult. You might remember the smell of a lime. If I ask you how does a rose smell, you will know how it smells. Your memory will tell you how, but you can't express. Why? Because that's a subtle memory. That memory is subtle. You can't express. Why? Because it's subtle. It cannot be transferred to the gross. Are you seeing it? So it's in your experience. The smell of the rose, the taste of rasgulla, the taste of the lime is all there in your memory, in your perception, in your experience, in your happening. Where is that happening in your body? You don't know. The whole experience. Where is that smell stored in the rose? You don't know. But you can recreate it just by thinking about it. What are you doing in that process? So when you're thinking about a rose or the smell of a rose, you are automatically shifting into a higher sense. It is not your 5 gross sense. 5 gross sense you made use in the start. First you have to smell the rose actually to feel how it is. First you have to taste sugar to know how sweetness is. You cannot explain sugar until you taste it. So once you taste sugar, the taste lingers in the memory. The memory has stored the taste in the subtle form. So all that you need to do is look at sugar, look at rasgulla and think, how does it taste? You know how it tastes. That is why we want to taste it again. Because the memory says it has been such a taste. I want to taste something again and experience that. Experience that in the physical. So the memory holds the subtle experience. Now the physical is prompted to recreate that experience by bringing the subtle thing forward and experiencing it in your gross. When we do that, we enjoy it. We relive that moment. We nourish and cherish that moment. This is how we have trained our physical body. Every time we need to experience something, our mind will trigger it. A lime, a tamarind, or a mango, mouth will start watering. See, it's not even there. The lime is not there. I told you, taste. You might have felt something in your mouth. Feel it again. Put a half line completely, squeeze it, feel it, and lick it. How does it taste? Immediately you'll see your salivary glands reacting. Reacting to what? There is nothing, there is no lime. Some guy in front of sitting hundreds or 1,000 kilometers away from you right now just made a statement. Listening to him, your salivary glands has acted. Are you getting that? Are you getting how powerful this subtle sense is? This is how we have grossly trained. So, what I am trying to say is, when we go for such kind of experience, spiritual, the more we relate to the subtle and the gross, the more we embed those experiences, so that when we embed those experiences in our psyche, it becomes a part of our cellular memory. We are ready for higher and higher experiences. In fact, it is just like this rasgulla. A spiritual experience for me is something like a rasgulla. A rasgulla I eat, the memory I cherish. After a few months or years or whatever period of time, I think about it and I want to have that rasgulla again. Similar is my divine experience. Anything that happens in my perception, I feel it strongly in my gross and my subtle bodies, so that it becomes a cherishing, nourishing memory. Cellular memory. And next time when I'm sitting, if I just recollect that moment, I want to experience it again. Experience because of the evidence, it is true. Like you can re-experience rasgulla only if you have eaten it once and you are sure that it tastes nice. So with that surety, you want to experience it again. So if you are a fan of Rasgulla or a Gulab Jamun, nobody on this earth can make you go against it. Tell you whatever. That is why diabetics have tough time. When the doctors try to communicate to them and convince them it is not good for them, they can't believe it because it's in their cellular memory. It's such a nice thing to eat. That sugary, sweet thing. No one on earth can convince them that it's bad for them. Why? Experience. Direct experience. Direct perception. This is what I mean by spiritual experiences. The more aware you are. See, even when you are eating a rasgulla or a gulab jamun, you might have not noticed it. If things are of your interest and if you love something very deeply, you will become aware of it without your knowledge. That's how human systems are made. Anything that you love and have full interest in, automatically your awareness is jagrat. It becomes awake. And in awareness, a person does that thing which he or she loves the most. If somebody loves eating biryani, you will see that whenever they have biryani in front of them, their awareness will become awakened. And they will eat it with full awareness because they are relishing it. So your system knows to relish it completely and have contentment, to feel the satisfaction. You need to be fully present with that biryani. Being present with that biryani means being fully aware, being fully in awareness of that biryani. That is when you have a great experience. Without awareness, you try it. You want to eat something, you're fond of something, you want to have a vada pav. Then you go out, I'm feeling like having a vada pav or golgappa or something like that. I'm feeling. And you go there and you have that in non-awareness. Most of the time we do. Let us say you are having a golgappa and some call comes to you, which is a very tension-causing call, stress-causing call. Now you tell me, you are having the golgappa, but you are thinking about that stress. You are worrying about something. Are you relishing this golgappa? No. You are just eating and swallowing it. You are unable to experience the pleasure of it. So you might end up swallowing it and rush off to attend to that work. This will leave you incomplete. And what will you say? You will say, no, I didn't enjoy that. Let's go have it again. Or you will say, you will not even remember that you had a golgappa. You can't remember. Where did I have with you guys? How many did I have? They'll tell you 8, 4, 8. 8? I don't remember. Why? Because you are not present in it. And when you are not present, you did not experience it. You did not nourish it, cherish it. And so that experience was nullified. So the contentment has not happened. That is what will prompt you to go again and have that golgappa. And this time you say, I want to enjoy it. What will you do? People who really are foodies, I've seen them, friends and all. When I go with my friends out, I see in the restaurant, there are some who are busy eating and talking and discussing, sometimes even fighting and bragging and quarreling and all those things, or arguing or debating. Now those guys are not really foodies. They are eating just to satisfy their hunger. But the guys who really want to cherish food, you look at those guys, they will shut up. First, their senses will turn inward. You look at them in restaurants, or even if they are best two friends sitting, I've seen them. They'll talk till their favorite pizza comes on the table. Once the pizza comes, all the talk is gone. Then there is deep silence. Sometimes when we are talking and there is a lot of chattering, chit chat going on, and you are irritated, what these guys are so loudly talking about. And suddenly there is silence. You will think they are gone. Then you look at them. They are not gone. They are digging into their food. Biting the pizza. Fully nourishing. And they don't want to talk. They don't feel like talking. Why? Because they have become fully aware of that pizza. They are cherishing it. fully cherishing it. And that is giving them that satisfaction, that deep satisfaction. And nothing can convince them that that pizza is not good for them, or it's not tasty. Relishing it. This is that experience. So once they have this kind of an awareness experience, they go back home satisfied. They'll say, wow, that meal was superb. When you say that meal was superb, it just means that you had that meal in awareness. You can never say that meal was superb when you have hurried with the food, or when you have been tensed with something, or you have been talking to something and somebody and eaten that food. You'll not feel that satisfaction. So what I'm trying to say is that awareness. What nourishes that feeling is awareness. You cannot feel that food until you have awareness. And this is what I mean, dear ones. Just like this food example that I gave, because I gave it because it's very easy to relate to. Just like this experience is our spiritual experience. If you got to experience God, if you got to experience your master, if you got to experience an ascended master, if you got to experience your higher beings like your angels or your guardians, you got to be fully aware of that. What happens is, just like the food example, when it comes to spirituality, we might be meditating, but our minds are somewhere. We are not in the present, we are not being fully aware. And when you are not aware, it's just like the food guy who's eating and thinking and never felt like they had food. They don't even know whether they had. And there is no satisfaction. There is no contentment. Whereas if you are having a spiritual experience with 100% involvement in it and being aware means what? Everything else you have shut out. Your priority is that experience, period. Nothing else is more important than that period, that experience. When this happens, I'm telling you, miracles happen. It's just a small thing. Just a small thing. And I'm talking from my experiences. I'm sharing this so that you can make the best experience from your travels or your spiritual practices. 1 second. Your spiritual experiences can give you wonderful insights. You can't believe it. And that is what I try to share to you. Every time I am on some travel, you can see that something or the other miraculous or something extraordinary happening. And why does this happen? Same thing, that what I'm trying to tell you. Because my priority is just that, nothing else. Everything else takes a stand. This I try to convey to the people who are with me at that moment. Many times I see they are unable to relate to it, what I am trying to say. Some think I am being too disciplined or too rigid on that spiritual journey or that practice, or no, I am being focused, I am being aware. I told you, when I am aware of a certain practice or a certain place or a certain experience, everything else shut out. There is nothing more important than that. So when that becomes your experience, everything shuts out. Your five senses shuts out. The ability to speak, the requirement to speak, the urge to speak shuts out. I don't like speaking when I'm having an experience. Because if I'm having an experience and I'm talking blah blah blah, or listening to something, concentrating and attentively listening, or I'm seeing a lot of other things, then I'm not having an experience. It can never be that you are engrossed in your five senses and you can have a higher experience. I don't think that's possible. For me, it has never worked. Either you are with your lower senses or your higher senses. Higher senses gives you experiences to higher dimensions. Lower senses gives you experience of the lower dimensions. Anything gross you want, it's not very difficult. Come to your body consciousness, you will experience it. That is what I am trying to tell you. We are trained. We have unconsciously trained ourselves to always remain in this body consciousness. Anything we want to experience, we will automatically pull forth our sense of hearing, smell, taste, touch, sight, Because without that we cannot survive. We have not learned. We have not practiced. So automatically what happens is, any spiritual experience that we want to have, the moment we have that, we try to relate it to our gross senses. So if I tell, look at some extraordinary thing around there, they will try to look with their physical eyes. Where? You cannot see. If you're talking about subtle, you need to shift from that where to silence and shift within and put your awareness. Feel it. How can you feel it? I told you. You cannot feel it until you throw your awareness there. There's a beautiful incident of my master which I would like to share. He was once in the Himalayas on the Mount Kailash trip. So he had gone on the Mount Kailash trip, and he had gone with a couple of his followers who were seekers. And then he was near that lake where the great mystic Padmasambhava entered into the state of nirvana. He is considered by the master as one of the greatest Shiva yogis, who is in the lineage of the Shiva Yoga Parampara. Padmasambhava. My master is very fond of him. So he went to that lake, Mansarovar. That is a place where Padmasambhava actually vanished with the body. That's the Samadhi, the state of salvation. Like how Ramalinga Swami turned into light and disappeared. This is the spot where Padmasambhava, along with his two disciples, all three of them, the master and two disciples, vanish into thin air. Moksha. The salvation has happened, the liberation. They have dissolved their 5 elements. And that is a place, and the immortals, when they disappear, they don't actually disappear. They have just gone out, exited your dimension where the 5 physicalities are there, the 5 senses are true. They have defined their laws and they have left this dimension and entered into another dimension higher, where these 5 senses don't work. The higher senses. That is a transmutation that they have from the gross to the subtle. So all that they do is just they transmute themselves, their bodies, and that transmutes into higher dimensions. So they have never actually disappeared. They are very much there, but what used to appear has disappeared. What was gross now has disappeared. This is appearing because this is of lower frequency. Our 5 senses can only tap lower frequencies. So it can tap and see this body, feel this body, because this body is now of lower frequency. If someone has the tendency of the capacity to increase the frequency of this body, how do you increase the frequency of this body? By going into the cellular level and increasing the frequency of the cells. When the cellular frequency increases, the body starts vibrating at a very high frequency, and very high frequency turns it invisible, just like the tuning fork. If you have seen the tuning fork, you strike the tuning fork, you cannot see it. The vibration is so powerful, so high, that it even causes a sound. Just like the tuning fork it is. Why? The tuning fork is vibrating very high, that you can't see it. Same principle. The body, or the cellular property of the body, vibrates very high. it turns into higher frequency and it vanishes, disappears. But has the tuning fork gone? No, it is there. It is not perceivable to your eyes, that's all. To your five senses, it's not there. But the tuning force is existing. Same way, the great immortals, they don't disappear like that. They are out of your sight, but not out of sight really. So, my master was sitting there and meditating with his eyes open, which I often talk about, awareness. Suddenly, a hazy figure of Padmasambhava appears on that lake, along with the two disciples again. This appeared because my master was contemplating on Padmasambhava. He knew. So the moment he was contemplating, that means to contemplate on a higher being doesn't mean thinking. Thinking is the first step to go to that process. It begins with the thought. You begin to think about that higher dimensional being. And that thought instigates a sense of awareness within you. And then when that awareness completes and completely focuses on that being, like the form of that being or whatever, however you can feel that, the awareness is there on that being, it starts changing into a feeling. The feeling happens. And when the feeling happens is when the creation actually takes place. Because if you are thinking of a vibration of someone who is vibrating at this frequency which you cannot see, but you are focused, you are just thinking about that being, what happens is your awareness has stuck to that being who's at that frequency. And if you're feeling that is the proof, is the evidence. The feeling is the evidence that you are connected well to that frequency. So the feeling will tell you. That is why when we connect to higher beings, we shake, we move, we have ecstasy, we have joy, we might shout, we might cry, we might laugh, we might dance, we might have tears, we might get emotional. All these are experiences of that feeling. You are now beginning to feel that which is not perceivable by the five senses. You have connected. Your awareness, what has connected? What can you feel? You can only feel what you touch, right? But here, you are thinking and you are feeling. What is that? Through awareness. That is happening through awareness. Anything that you cannot see and you want to feel, it can only happen through awareness, if you are aware of it. And when you feel it, means you are connected to that being, and that experience is being transferred into your etheric and physical body, which you are feeling now. Feeling and expressing, your body is expressing it. Your body is expressing the proof of that connection. Why is your body reacting in that manner? Because this frequency is so high and this body is of lower frequency. So when it goes and touches this, through awareness, there is no other, there's a gap. What you can connect through, only through your awareness. So when through your awareness you connect to that, something which is vibrating very high, what happens is, this awareness of yours vibrates at that frequency. See, you put your awareness on a gross thing, you put awareness on this body, this body has a certain vibration, this cell phone has a certain vibration, all the things in your house has a certain vibration, they are all low, gross, rigid. So if you put your awareness on them, you can feel it, but you will not be ecstatic. But the moment you put your awareness on something that is higher, suddenly your body reaction changes. Why? Because that awareness quality has changed. Why? Because the awareness is surrounded, is embedded into that frequency of what you're feeling or thinking. It has converted that awareness into that high frequency, and that awareness, since it is your awareness, is now turned into that frequency. You start feeling that higher vibration. And that higher vibration, when you feel it, your body reacts in different manners, because this body is gross and lower. It has never experienced something higher. But now there is a tangible experience, perception that is going on, and that is putting your body into a frenzy mode. It's turned ecstatic. That is why kriyas happen. Kriyas, automatic kriyas, vibrations. Your body is not used to higher vibration, but when the energy, it goes and touches that energy or that consciousness which is very high, it is transferred through the consciousness. And when it comes to your consciousness, of course, whatever is connected to your consciousness will be affected. Your body is connected to your consciousness. All the 5 bodies are connected to your consciousness. And what is that medium of consciousness? Awareness. The medium of consciousness is awareness. It all transfers through your awareness. That is why I put so much stress on awareness, because if you don't put awareness, you are not putting the link. You are not connecting to that. The medium has to be powerful. Think of God is not enough. You think of God. How many of us think of God and have experiences? Ecstatic, or you start crying. Very difficult, because thinking is mind. You cannot just think and have it. You might think of an ice cream or a lunch or a dinner or a dog or a cat or something of your desire. It's easy. But when you are asked to connect to something that's very high, you cannot just think about it. Imagine what happens when you think of your Ishta. Why is it that some people have great experiences when they think of their Ishta or their master, and some people have medium, some people have very little, some people have no experience at all? They tell me, I connect. You say you connect to your master. I always think of him, but nothing happens. Think of him is different. Think it will not happen. You have to put the medium in that. What is the medium? Awareness. You got to become aware of your master, not think of your master. You got to become aware of God, not think of God. Thinking, nothing will happen. Are you getting the catch? It's a small thing, but very deep. Becoming aware is one thing, thinking is another thing. That is where the gap is always where I try to fill in. It's always this gap. People whom I meet, I talk to, are always talking about this gap. They talk from their perspective. I do this, but no, you are not putting your awareness there. That is why the importance of awareness. If we practice ourselves having this kind of awareness, it can help you in multiple areas of your life, especially your spirituality. If I tell you become aware of your koshas, it's one thing. Then telling think of your koshas, it's very difficult. See, just I'm telling you right now. If I tell you think of your right thumb, think of your right thumb, think, socho, just bring that image of your right thumb. Don't look at your hand. Just in your mind, think about it. How does a thumb look? How does your thumb look? You know how it looks. So bring that image in your mind. This is thinking. Thinking about your thumb. When I'm talking awareness, I'm not talking about thinking. I tell become aware of your thumb. What's the difference? Now you see what's the difference. Become aware of your thumb. When I say become aware of your thumb, you don't think. You directly, your feeling goes to where your thumb is. You know where your thumb is. Feel it. Become aware of it. How does your thumb feel now? Right now, do it please, as I talk. Only your right thumb, nothing else. Only your right thumb. Focus rigidly on your right thumb. Become aware fully of your right thumb. Your right thumb, the bones in it, the flesh in it, the nail in it. Can you feel it? Can you become aware of only your thumb? See the difference now. If you think of your thumb, what happens? And if you become aware of your thumb, what happens? Now, these are small practices which apply on your own body. Why we practice with your own body is because when I think of my thumb, there are two ways of communication that I am having. One is my awareness, my consciousness is experiencing this thumb. And the other is my physical body is also experiencing some experience here. Are you getting it? It's a two-way experience. Your awareness is on this, so your consciousness is now experiencing how the thumb is. You are feeling how the thumb is. But at the same time, if you observe deeply, your thumb also is experiencing that somebody is experiencing the thumb. Be very connected when I'm talking this particular thing to you. Be in full awareness, you'll experience it. I'm repeating again. When you are thinking right now, not thinking, when you are fully aware of your thumb, become aware of your thumb. Can you see? You can become aware. Don't look at it. Keep it away from your sight. Because this is another thing that we need to see, Don't put your physical weakness. Physical senses putting there again and again is a weakness. Avoid physical senses. Don't look at it, don't see, don't smell, nothing. No taste, nothing. It's away. Now what happens is when you are feeling your thumb, you become fully aware of it. Feel the blood circulation in it. Feel the bone within it. Feel how the nail feels. You'll suddenly start feeling the nail. If your awareness is powerful, you'll start feeling how the nail is touching the flesh. Can you feel the nail bed? The touch between the nail and the thumb. There is something. You can go that deep and you can feel it. Are you sensing it? See the power of awareness. What I'm talking is detailed. Be in awareness. Do not think or do not get distracted by anything. Just think about this. I want you to get into some deep experience. Feel it. Make your awareness completely there. What all do you feel? What is the temperature of that thumb, whole thumb? Are you feeling any movement in it? Do you feel the bone? Do you feel the bone joint? Are you feeling anything in between the bone joint? What is the flesh surrounding it? Do you feel the skin? Are you becoming aware of the skin? The pores on the skin, the hair from the pores, that's it. See the minutest details. Just about that little thumb. And what is the sensation that you feel? Now, when you are doing this, you will be amazed to see that suddenly you are perceiving your thumb, which who will like to perceive their thumb? You have never thought about a thumb. Why should you think about a thumb? But if you think, this is what happens. It can go that deep. Now what is happening? There is two-way experience happening right now. Keep your experience on your thumb. One is the awareness of that thumb. This, your consciousness is reading that whole thing which I said, the bone and the experience there. Your consciousness is making you aware of that whole thing and giving you the perception and giving you the direct experience of how your thumb feels. Now become aware, there is another aspect of you which is the thumb itself. Now you can feel physical sensation on your thumb. Are you noticing? You can slightly feel some physical sensation and you can feel that something is becoming aware of that thumb. The physical sense, I'm telling, the touch sense is feeling that something is becoming aware of that thumb. Can you see it? This is the two-way communication. One is your consciousness telling you, one is your sense telling you, that sense of touch. This is touch. You are touching your thumb. You are connected to your thumb. So the sense of touch is sending you signals. The moment you put your awareness, you will feel something. So your thumb will send you signals to your brain. Something is happening here. Are you getting this? How deep it is. So with this example, I'm thankful it came very spontaneously, and this is a perfect example. So what I'm trying to say is, now you have sensed both. What your consciousness feels like, how your consciousness is experiencing this thumb, and on the other end, not the consciousness, how you are feeling, the physical you are feeling, how the thumb is feeling, the sense touch, how it is feeling. It can feel that somebody is sensing, something is sensing. Are you getting it? This is very important, dear ones. If you have done it rightly, great. If not, practice it. Because if you understand these two concepts, you will understand how to connect with something that is invisible and how to acknowledge and feel it, feel evident about it also. Like for example, the same thumb example I'll give you. What is feeling this thumb? There is something, the consciousness is not gross. Sukshma hai. It has no physicality, but that consciousness is feeling this. Isn't it? This is the perfect example of how a master or an ascended being is aware of somebody gross. For example, if my master has to think about me and become aware of me, how? Through his consciousness. Powerful consciousness they have. They don't depend on 5 senses. They depend on the 6th sense. So all that they do is, in their awareness, become aware of somebody. When they become aware of somebody, the same feeling, thumb feeling, you become aware of some certain aspects of this physicality. So the consciousness is experiencing this. Now when my master is thinking of me, becoming aware of me, I feel a sensation. That is what this thumb is feeling. Oh, something is happening. Something is feeling. Do you get it? So, from the physical point of view, I am able to relate to something of higher consciousness working on this body, touching this being, this gross being. When can I understand that something is touching this gross being, me? When I am aware. Just now we worked on through awareness. Only when the thumb is aware, then only it can feel the consciousness around it. Only when I am aware, my consciousness can feel this thumb. 2 ways. So one is, I'm talking about the consciousness acting on a physical thing, and the other is, I'm telling, from the physical point of view. The physical is experiencing consciousness, working on it. So this is a perfect example I gave. Consciousness is the guru, working on the shishya, becoming aware of the shishya, using higher consciousness, not the physicality. When can the master do it? Only when the master is in full awareness, fully conscious of this, higher senses. And when can the disciple even understand there is something higher working on this? Only when this is in awareness. If awareness is missing on both ends, it will never work. Awareness is the key. So something that is catching this and becoming aware of something is the awareness of this sense, the physical sense, this gross body. Same technique, same technology works on higher dimensional places. When you go to higher dimensional places, Tirunamala is one, which I often talk about. Arunachala, this is our experience. How do you know? In the starting of the video, this is what I asked. How do I know if something is working on me? How do I know if the great masters are there? if subtle beings are really there. It is upon my experience. If I am a man of experience, if I am a man of awareness, if I am always practicing my awareness of being aware, it's very easy to sense that. Because you are in a state of awareness, you will sense the moment something is working on you. Something is happening. You are aware of it. Why this is needed? Yes, because that's a proof. That's the evidence that something is working on you. Why do you think I keep on visiting and revisiting places and people and divine beings and masters? Because of this tangible experience. Because I know it works. And I'm telling you, once you know it works and once you experience it directly, first hand, no power on earth can prove it otherwise to you. Just like I said, once you know the rasgulla is sweet and tasty, or the gulab jamun is sweet and tasty, no power on earth can stop you from eating that. Because it's your experience. You believe it. If somebody tells, no, gulab jamun is not good, you are not going to believe that. Because your experience speaks something else. You have had a great experience. So this is how this communication happens. Yes, I was talking about Padmasambhava. I forgot. I'm sorry. I got carried away from there. So the master, this is beautiful. This example is beautiful. And what we did right now is perfectly communicating with this experience. So the master is contemplating. Contemplating means putting his awareness and consciousness on the great Padmasambhava. The moment you put your awareness on that, you start experiencing that connection. And on the other end, that consciousness also becomes aware of your connection. Depending on the connection, how strong and how connected it is, both ends will be able to feel it. So when that being reciprocates to a powerful consciousness, awareness of consciousness that's happening, that is when they reciprocate. We have heard of many stories where the Shishya or the disciple thinks very strongly about their gurus who have already left their bodies and they have physically manifested back. They physically manifest. The ones who have already left their bodies. So many stories we have heard of great beings, of gods, goddesses, whatever. Angels, ascended masters appearing in physical body. Now why does it happen to somebody and why does it not happen to everybody? Are they partial? No. It is the quality of awareness of the seeker. How strong it is, how strong, because these are very high frequencies. It's not easy to tune with them. If somebody is tuning with such high frequency, that means their capacity is too high. So obviously, you need worthiness. How the worthiness comes? With your practice, with your senses, with your abilities to read, to communicate, to connect. So yes, when the master connected, the great Padmasambhava reciprocated and took a form, the hazy, not a concrete one, but a hazy appearance, physical appearance, along with the two disciples. Padmasambhava appeared there on the lake, and the master is looking at Padmasambhava, very happy, delighted, and he exalts. He's overjoyed. And he tells, because he wants to share this joy with everybody around him whom he loves and he has taken along with him. He says, look there, who's come? This excitement of the master to see, have this darshan, of this vision of the great Padmasambhava and his disciples, prompts a few others, because as I told you, it depends on your capacity. It doesn't mean that everybody. And what happened is, a couple of them saw and were astonished as to that. And the master says, he wanted that to be captured in that excitement. He said, I want that to be captured, because there were some video camera guys there shooting it. And it was the Asta channel guys. They were there with them. So he immediately pointed, shoot that image or that vision. But the camera guy couldn't understand. He thought he's asking to take some videography of this place where he was pointing or something, perhaps like that. And he rushed with the camera there, missing that opportunity. So it was just there for a couple of moments. Some of them saw and were exalted. The others could not find. They were looking here and there what it is. By the time it disappeared. So only a few could ascertain what the master is talking about. Now why a few could see and few could not see? The same thing what I am trying to tell you in this video. So does it mean it is false? Maybe the people who did not see it, they might tell it's hoax. I didn't see anything. Maybe you are imagining things. It's quite obvious to talk about such things. And it happens. In my travels, in what I do, when I talk, people mock. People like laughing about it. People tease. People are sarcastic about it. People taunt. Even my own friends, when I talk something of a higher reality, they think it is bluffing. Alas, they don't have it in their consciousness. They can't experience in that consciousness. And the thing is, the moment you say it is hoax, you have completely disconnected. You might be little connected, but you are completely disconnected from that reality, and you are thrown into the gross, and then the gross world is your reality. And you say, this is real. That which I cannot see, which you guys are talking about, is a hoax. That is unreal. This is real, I can see this. You're back to your five senses. Whereas the guys who are beyond their five senses are happy seeing the unreal. And they can perceive it. And they can experience it. Why? Because it has transferred into a feeling. Their physical body, their etheric bodies have responded. Their mind, their intellect, their emotions have all responded positively to that experience, which makes it more tangible. I'm telling you, the gift of emotions and the gift of feeling is a powerful gift to us human beings. Only human beings have this. Emotions and feelings. Emotions. The awareness of that emotions and feelings. The consciousness of that emotion and feeling. Only human beings have. No other beings have. It's very powerful. To train your senses, to train your higher senses, to relate more with such experiences, to practice more of such experiences of the subtle, so that you can develop your higher senses. Because if you develop your higher senses, you are open to higher experiences, and the more higher experiences you have, the more validity you have to your spiritual evolution, the more inspired you feel to go deeper and higher. Why most of us feel uninspired or demotivated in the spiritual journey? Because it is very gross. We don't have experiences. We have nothing to validate our experiences. And when we have nothing to validate our experiences, it feels depressing. It feels sad. Nothing is happening. But that's not the real truth. The real truth is that we are not investing in this awareness. We are not investing a little bit in perceiving. We are not trying to become aware of how the invisible looks. Most of the time when we say invisible, we do not put our attention there. Like if I tell you, if I am on a hill and I tell you, this place is very powerful, there are a lot of subtle beings here, become aware of them. How can I become aware of this space here? I am unable to become aware of this space. Throw my awareness there. I can think. There are. Thinking will not help. I give you this example. Thinking is different. Awareness, being aware is different. Being aware means practically putting your higher senses, your awareness into that blank space and tapping into what's there. Now I am talking only about these powerful, holy, divine places. Please. I am not asking to try these things anywhere other than this. Because I am telling you, it's a subtle world. Subtle means not everything out there is goody, holy, nicey. There are all kind of beings. So if my intentions or subconscious is somewhere impure or has got some vested stuff, and then I try to put this, it might attract unwanted stuff, because we attract what we are, truly are, not what we think we are, or what we put up as to what we are, or not what we feel we are. We attract as per what we really are. That is why the sense of purity, the Master always says, pure intentions, practice pure intentions, good motives, pure motives. Because if you have pure motives and purity and within you, and your intentions are pure all the time, then it's assured that you are intending these for only higher purpose of yours, and then only those beings which is for a highest good will be in your experience. So in places like Tiruvannamalai or Arunachala hill or great temples like Arunachaleshwara temple, in there when you're sitting in front of the Shivlinga and you're connecting to that source, you cannot attract anything else than that divine thing there, because that's all that's there and you're putting your awareness there. That is the reason we connect to our masters, because the masters we trust. We know our masters. Our ascended masters we know. So we put our consciousness on them because we know they are safe. So this should never be done on something which we do not know of. Like if I enter into a house and I try to tap in what is there here, I do not know what is there. And if I do not have proper practice on it, I might get into unwanted stuff. So anyway, we are not talking about that, but I just added a word of caution, because this awareness and the practice of awareness, this is practiced by everybody. We all go to the temples, we all go to holy places, we all go to our masters, we all go and meet saints and seers and all that. We all go. And we are doing it all the time. Only thing is, I am trying to tell you the importance of awareness there. This is what communicates, your frequency communicates to anything that is vibrating on your frequency. This is when you are going on a mission, you are going on a spiritual journey, completely focused. Many people don't get it, they misunderstand when I try to tell this. You put away everything else. All the nonsense that we do in our daily life, we don't need to carry it there. The nonsense like we struggling with our mobile all the time, you don't need to take your mobile there on that divine location and keep fidgeting with it. You don't need to check into a hotel room when you go to such places and then on the TV and watch what channels are there. This nonsense you have already been doing here. This is what I mean by the nonsense. We don't go to spiritual places and then view the girls going there and view the boys going there, who's wearing what, leashing our lust out. We have been doing that nonsense in the world. This is what I mean by throwing away the nonsense back. I mean, if you like, you come back and do it, but not there. Eating, pleasure eating, pleasure sightseeing. We are always craving for sightseeing. So when you go to spiritual location, don't go for sightseeing. Wow, look at that magnificent. I mean, you enjoy nature, you enjoy the spiritual things there, but let it not be from a gross vision through your physical vision only. Because if you are going only for the five senses, you will be stuck in the five senses. You will be having another worldly experience there in the spiritual place. And then you will say, this is just like another world. What's so big in this? I don't get the deal. What the heck? Why people come here like crazy? It's just another mountain. It's just another beautiful scenery. Yes, because you have carried your five senses there also. You are seeing only through that. When you go to such locations, you are supposed to go beyond your five senses. When you go to such places, rest, nap time, power naps, nonsense. These are all nonsense of the worldly work. You want a break. What kind of a break? You know, the first time I went to Arunachala, very first experience was the first experience of awareness that I had. I don't know what prompted. I remember that person was. It was a big team that we went. I think 9 or 11 of us. None of them are today with me, or I am not with them. They are all dispersed. We have all dispersed. But one guy who was there with me was Puneet. He was Mr. Puneet. He was in the film industry, making Kannada movies. I remember Sanjeevani Films. Young guy. And we were together. Now only me and him were very serious in that trip. Because it was our first trip and we were like curious. We were full of enthusiasm. We were trying to find what is there, what is here. So many things. Ramana Ashram is there. Inside the ashram, so many things are there. Samadhis are there, filled with samadhi. The holy hill is there. Again with subtle and gross beings moving up and down. The holy hill parikrama, there are so many beings, sadhus and saints and seers. Avdutas, we don't know who. So many temples, so many ancient temples. So many powerful locations, vortexes. So many things. And we were trying to explain, because those days I did not have what I feel now. It was zero. Something new. It was my first experience. And we had the other team, and we had taken up a room in a hotel, on a lodge, and we have got the terrace and all that. So the first day went in dragging ourselves because the whole team was not ready. Some were feeling hungry, some were feeling thirsty, some were feeling sleepy. Some were wanting to relax. Some were wanting to go ahead. Some wanted to have a trek to see the sunset on the hill. Some wanted to go into the temple and do some prayer for some personal needs. All distractions. Arjuna and his 5 horses. All 5 horses in different direction running. What will happen to the chariot? This I did not understand then. First experience. You got to learn from an experience. So I found myself very enthusiastic to go and explore and find. And Puneet was one who was similar. So he and me were always ready and prompt. Let's go. But what pulled back the whole trip was the others. Either they were delayed in getting up, and by the time everybody got up and started moving, some were hungry. They said, okay, let's go and eat. And for them, the whole team went to eat. And when they eating and talking and mesmerizing, and the jokes and relaxing and feeling comfortable and freaking out and enjoying. You're in the gross world and you're waiting. When will this be done? Come on, let's go. Come on. Yeah, coming. So all are packed up and two more are saying they are little older. They need to take their tablets. Okay. Go on. Water is not there. Hot water. Order for hot water. Wait. The whole team is waiting now. And then finally it happens. And then everybody drags themselves little. And by the time they reach the foothill, it's so hot in here. How will we climb from here? Till where do we have to climb? Till there? Is it necessary to go till there? Or can we sit here? And then there is discussions and debates. Okay, you go. I will not come from there. Oh, I can come, but I can't. My health is not. What about the old people in our group? They cannot come. What do? We sit here. Oh, don't worry. The old people say, don't worry. We have brought enough eatables in our bags. Don't worry. We are happy. Oh, the rest say, you brought eatables? You didn't tell us about it. Oh, you never asked for it. Here it is. Oh, just now. Tut pado. Oh, chips and this. You never told. When did you buy this? Standing there. What the hell is this? They're coming to eat it. No, enough. And then we go. Some stay back, some come. Some are tired. Some need help. 2 stones to carry, give me a hand. Oh, this is so tough. Hey, come, I'll help you. Those things are going on. After halfway, some say, enough. I cannot go anymore. Now you can't leave them there. So one of the sibling and one of the best friends says, oh, if you are not coming, how can I go then? Or one lover. Oh, if you are not coming, darling, how can I go there? Somebody has to take care of you. I'll stay back. No, you go, darling. Oh God. And this happened for 1 or 2 days. One day, first day. I didn't know all these things. I thought we are all spiritual enthusiasts. We are all spiritual. Yes, we were spiritual enthusiasts. Supposed to. Seekers. Supposed to. All from one community. One guru again. So we thought, all are doing the same. But no, I was wrong. Everybody has different states of consciousness. And you can't tell them anything. You can't judge them. You need to accept them the way they are. But in that acceptance, you compromise. You have already compromised. Because you are trying to adjust with them. Because you have gone there as a group. You've gone there together. You can't say that held with you. I'm going my way, you go your way. No. That is a worldly attachment that we had. I didn't know that. The first day went that way. Second day, we were sitting at 10 o'clock and planning what to do the next. I said we wake up at 4:30 and then we have our bath and everything, and 5:30 everybody is going to leave. If there is breakfast we have, or we pack it or something like that. Oh yes, we'll do that. all enthusiasts. Okay, let's pack up and go to sleep. No, I have little work. One guy is with a laptop working on it. Late night. What is this? My work is there. How are you going to get up in the morning? Don't worry. And the next morning, go to see, nobody is woken up. This other guy is ready. I'm ready. And then we are sitting there going, come on, get up. This guy says, अरे मुझे ही सताते रहते हो तुम, वो देखो उधर सोए, उनको क्यों नहीं बोलते? फिर उनको जाके, hey, get up. All this nonsense. And I was still not understanding. I was still scratching my head and saying, what is this? And then finally, some of them dragged and got up, some of them still there, and some got an office call. One of them. Oh yeah, oh that's not come. Oh, I'll make sure I'll send it now, right now. Wait. Hold a minute. And that guy is gone into the laptop. I said, what the hell? No. And some have gone into the bathroom. Some are still getting up. And yawning and looking forward here. अब क्या करना है? किधर जाना है अपने को? भाई साहब कल तो हमने रामायण पूरा डिस्कस किया, आज आप पूछ रहे हो राम किधर है, राम कहाँ जाना है, राम कौन है? नहीं, आई वॉज जस्ट ट्राइंग टू सिंग, कैन चेंज हुआ रहेगा ना, अभी डिले हो गया। ओह, एंड देन द वंस हु गॉट रेडी, मैं रेडी, बट एक मिनट भाई मैं अभी आता हूँ, feeling very hungry. They run down to see if anything is there to eat, and they find something to eat down there. They are serving something in the Tirunamala, and 2 are lost, gone for eating. 2 are on the bed, 2 are in the bathroom, 2 are scratching and saying what to do next, and still yawning that's not completed. That is the first time I got irritated like anything, and I looked at the other guy and said, to hell with these guys, I'm going. If you're coming, come. I got to go. What is this? We have wasted 1.5 hours here. And he says, yeah, I'm with you. Come, let's move. And we both walk towards the hill. And we are going. And we don't want to complain. I said, but I was telling, I think this is the last time I'll ever come with group. I don't want a group. Because this is something else. We are not like-minded. We feel we are like-minded. Yeah, we are like-minded in the worldly aspects, but we are not like-minded on the spiritual aspects. It makes a big difference. That is what you call your tribe. The ones whom you gel with. The same frequencies, same influences, same interests, same passions. Then only you can go very smoothly. Otherwise, it's very difficult. And then we went to the hill. And we started climbing, and we were talking, and he was talking about his next forthcoming film. He had almost done it, and it was on the final stage. They were planning a release, and he was talking, and I was talking, exchanging, and then suddenly, my slippers, I had a buckled kind of a sandal that came off, and I said, "Wait, guys, let me hook this," and I sat down to fix my sandal. While I was fixing, something happened. I don't know what was that. On the foothill of Tirunamala, it just said, be aware. Not even said, it was no sound, it was a feeling, become aware. No one told me become silent, become focused, nothing. Be aware, be in the complete present moment. While I was tying that, and when I was tying that, yes, I remember my master's words reflecting at that same time. Is that Sajagho? This is a word. At that moment, when that awareness feeling came in, Sajagho, because I have heard this from my master in many of the shivers that I attended, he used to say Sajagho. And suddenly he used to say, in the shivir, just before him doing Shaktipat, just before the Shaktipat, he would say Sajagho. Means become aware. Something that clicked that time, and the moment that I felt that Sajago, I became Sajag while I was tying my the sandal, fixing the sandal, and boom, something happened, because the moment I became aware, suddenly there was a silence and peace within me. Suddenly, because that environment, that hill is so holy, you just have to shift your awareness, and shifting into awareness, and it's boom, it's done without effort, effortlessly, and I felt it. And after that, all I can remember is, after me fixing my sandal, I get up, and my motion has become very slow. Unlike the hurrying we were doing, it's become slow, and I'm walking slow, and words are not coming out of my mouth. I'm not feeling like talking. Now, Puneet is with me. I'm taking names because these are all records. You can cross-check if you come across these guys. Puneet was walking, and I could only, he was talking, I could only tell him, bhai, let's become silent from here, because I didn't know this word awareness and all that. I just said, let's become silent. Something is telling me to become silent, and there is something in this space. He said, okay. And then from that moment till the time we reached the top, both never talked a single word. We were in a strange, he also was experiencing awareness. He was in a state of awareness, I was in a state of awareness. And we were, because it's the first trip, I don't know anything, which path, and we are just walking, but a strange peace. And no words, no and no hurry. I could see the movement have become very graceful. This happens when you are in awareness. Even now, if you sit in awareness, you will not want to move, you will not want to shake. Even when you get up, you will get up very gracefully. That's what the power of that awareness is. It sinks you into that real aspect of life. And we started moving, and I was wondering, what is this hill about? Where do I get? Whom do I ask? And all these things are they're going, And there a sadhu was sitting on a stone. We did pranams to him. And he asked, from where have you come? We told. Without any further thing, he starts talking about the hill. What was going on in my mind? He says, this hill is a hill of fire. This is the element of fire. This whole hill is the destroyer of ego. He was relating it to the Manipura chakra, the solar plexus. This hill is related to that. And one of the most negative aspects of the solar plexus is the ego. Not negative, it's a very gross and strong aspect of human consciousness. So he said, this hill is designed to dissolve or burn your ego. So doing activities on this, the ego diminishes one by one. What is ego? Ego is that separatedness. We feel I am different, I am this identification, I am Mr. So-and-so, I am my title, I am, blah, 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 blah. And I am different, that person is different, that country is different, this religion is different. That is ego. That is keeping you separate. Whereas that's not the reality. What is the reality? We are all one. From that one consciousness. So, see, the destruction of ego is very important. It dissolves that separatedness. It dissolves the me and mine. The I-ness, which is so rigid. This hill dissolves. This sadhu was telling it, and I was mesmerized. This is what I wanted to know. And then he told us, he gave us guidance. When you reach the top, there is one Virupakshi cave. Go and sit and meditate in the Virupakshi cave. If you go anywhere or don't go anywhere, that's not a problem. But don't miss that place. We took instructions from him. We left. And we did what he said. Now, by the time we were sitting with this monk there, me and Punit had already spent half an hour talking to him. Now this team that was dragging, the rest of the team that was dragging and coming up the hill, they were coming from behind. And in this half an hour they caught up. So they also came there, they also sat. They sat just for a little moment because our time was over and what the yogi had to tell, he told us. And so we did tata bye bye, we got up from there, did pranams. So those guys had just come and sat, taken some rest. In 2 or 3 minutes, they also got up and we as a bunch moved up. Now listen very carefully what I am trying to tell about the importance of vibing and how individual consciousness affects the group and how it either escalates you or depletes you. The whole thing is what I am trying to tell you about. Now it doesn't mean just on a holy hill or a holy place. I am talking to you in a day-to-day experience. How our company matters, how everything, the people we deal with matters. It's the same story. So we all moved in a group. Now the difference in the group was, 2 of them were fully aware of what to do, what this hill is about, everything they had learned. Now their awareness was on, okay, this hill is the Agni. Now you know which aspects to work. You know your Manipura chakra is working there. You know that you got to go there and you got to meditate in that cave. And he told the significance of that cave, which the others did not hear. And while we were moving, we were not in a mood to talk because we had already become silent. So we too were silently moving. And the others were chit-chatting and moving. Now that chit-chat also was not affecting anymore because we were in our peace mode. We knew what to do. The difference is, the others did not know what to do. Nor had they tuned in with that vibes which was demanded at that time to give you full results of that place. Otherwise, what's the need? Otherwise, it becomes a sightseeing. And this is the deep relevance I'm trying to tell you. If you're not careful, it will just become a sightseeing trip, picnic. And so we did all those activities and all that, and then we started coming down the hill. And while coming down the hill, we missed a way. There are many routes, and we took not the same way. We took another road by mistake, and we ended up in some other corner of the hill. Now we were wondering, we didn't come from this place. Now what? And nobody to ask, because that track which we came up had a lot of people up and down, but this which we missed and went, no people there. So we didn't know whom to ask. But we were going. We were all going in our own. Now when we were going, two little kids came from somewhere. And they said, Anna, go there. Now the road we can see, the path is gone there. Now in the bushes there is a small road that is going. Obviously we would not take that, because this looks a very known path. So we were moving down, but the two children came, very small children, both boys. They said, Anna, brother, go from here. Go there where? He said, go. Now in this jungle, these two little kids coming and telling, I said, it must be something. Chalo, let's go. And they also came with us, the kids. I told you come. They came. They were walking with us. So me and Puneet were there in the start, and the rest of the team were slowly coming again. Long queue thou. Somebody with a stick meeting the trees and all that, and coming, some joking and all that. All that was going on. So we turned there and we went, and there was this Samadhi, Jiva Samadhi of Siddha, Namah Shivaya. The Siddha's name is Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya, they say. A great being, a Siddha who lived an immortal life there. He is known to be connected with Annamalayar. Annamalayar is Lord Shiva in the Arunachala temple. They say he was very closely connected with him. Now I didn't know about this Jiva Samadhi and all at that time, but I saw it was a cave kind of. In today's video, morning I posted one video in which a small shot is there of that place, same place. It says the cave and Jiva Samadhi of Siddha Namah Shivaya. Shooting is not allowed. So I went inside and it was a cave. It looks like a temple from outside, but when you go inside, it's a cave. Dark cave, nobody can see anything. So I went into that. And I thought nobody is there, but there was a priest. And the Shivlinga cannot be seen because it's pitch dark. And it's wet down. And I went in there. And the moment we entered, the priest did the arti. And that is the time I saw the Shivlinga. The Shivlinga was placed on the Jiva Samadhi. That's how it is. I didn't know at that time. I thought it's a temple. A Shiva temple. And I asked him, can we sit? He said, okay. Nowadays, it's not allowed. There is nobody allowed to sit, or even you go in, take darshan and leave. They have made it very strict now, and they close it for some certain time, and they have put CCTV. A lot of things are there. Those days nothing was there. So I asked him, can we sit? He said yes. And we all sat down. The moment I sat, I began shivering and shuddering. My body started shuddering, and I exploded into tears. Not knowing what is that. I could not stop the tears, and tears were flowing, and nobody saw it because it was pitch dark. Nobody can see each other. So I sobbed for a while, and then I put the vibhuti and all, and we left from there. We came out, and the two boys were still there. I asked, what are your names? And one boy said, I'm Shiva. I asked the other boy, what's your name, Baba? He said, I'm Shakti. We were amused. Shiva and Shakti, and both are male boys. In my old blog, the first experience, I've put their photos also. Long back, I think this is about 2009. Very old. Almost 10-14 years back. But their photos are there, Shiva and Shakti. So I was immensely grateful to them. I said, thank you, whoever you are and whatever this is. We gave them some chocolates and some money, and we left from there. And we continued on our journey. Now the kind of experience that I had was very, very vivid. very personal, that I told you. What is the example? I don't know if all of you have been there from the start of this video. If you were there, I told you about the thumb, the awareness of the thumb, how the consciousness feels and how the thumb feels. Now I was the thumb there. The thumb was feeling some consciousness working on me, and I could not relate what it is, but my physical body was giving me the proof, the shuddering that happened. My intellect body, my mind body was giving the proof because the emotions were surging out and I cried. These is something which my brain might not tell, but these were happening. And these were my proof that something happened. Something extraordinary. And that crying, that feeling, that shuddering, it was not a painful one. It was not a negative one. It was such positive and divine. I feel like having it again and again. So we continued walking down the path. So I was in my own world. Puneet was in his own world. I never know what experience he had. Neither did I ask him, neither did I tell anyone about this experience. I never told. I'm just revealing here. Neither have I written this in the blog. It was a personal experience, a personal, tangible experience. Only in my later visits, I came to know that it is a Jiva Samadhi of this great Siddha. I was thinking it is a temple, and then I could understand, oh my God, why was that experience so profound? Why was it profound? Because of the openness, because of the enthusiasm, because of the curiosity, because of the, we were thrust open to what is there on this hill. We want to experience. There was a genuine craving to know the hill, to know the beings on the hill, to experience them, not just to know and have knowledge, jnana, to experience it firsthand. That was there from within, and so be it. The prayers are answered. Especially on holy places like this, your prayers are definitely answered if it's a pure intentional one. Mark my words, it is answered. And then I moved on. And then another one significant thing happened. I was very playful then. I was so joyous and I was laughing and I was moving down, talking just to Pune, and sometimes telling about the experiences. And these other guys were there again, coming behind. And then I started jumping and hopping and going a little faster. I was in my own world. So I went ahead. I was the first. I started moving faster and they were coming very slowly. I said, let them come. I'm in my own world. Going. I went down. There was a lot of distance between me and them. Suddenly, one fair-skinned yogi, a saint, very elderly. He must be somewhere in his 80s, I believe. He was that old. Very fair, he was. Very fair. A lean, not very thin also, lean. Suddenly he was in front of me. His face was near me. I'm moving in my own joy. And he's not moving, he's standing. And I'm like jolted. I don't know who he is. But all I knew was, he was just looking at my face and smiling. And the smile, I tell you, I remember even his lips were pink. Because his face was so, I was studying his, and his teeth, his gums were also healthy. Though he was such an old man, he was very healthy. And he was smiling, a jovial smile. He was something like, and I didn't know what to do, what to say. I just asked him, where are you from? I thought he is a sage moving, and he probably was a sage, I don't know. Some yogi is moving. I said, where are you from? I thought he's coming for some money, because there are a lot of people there who ask money, alms, in Tiruvannamalai. And there it is mixture of everybody. There are saints, there are avduts, there are thieves, there are people cloaked in orange. You never know. There are all kinds. There are beggars, again wearing the saffron cloth. Everybody, it's a hodgepodge mix. So the thing is, when you have this, you really don't know who's who. And that's good. And that's what these great mighty beings take advantage of. Because there is so much confusion. There are so many people who are just fake there and all that. So people generally avoid, all the sadhus and saints, and then they're focused on their work. Among these saints are hidden the avadutas and the seers deliberately. And they might be in the form of some beggar or some madman or something to keep away the public. It's the deliberate way. So this is the beauty of places like Banaras, Varanasi, or Rishikesh, Haridwar, Tirunamalai, Saturigiri Hills. All these places are like that. So I was thinking, he's just another sadhu. He must be stopping for money or something. So I didn't think of money, but I was thinking him, who is he? I just asked you, where are you from? He had a staff in his hand, a stick. With that stick, he pointed back. I was coming from the top. So he pointed on the top of the hill and he said, I live in that cave there. I looked up, that cave there? Virupakshi caves, where we had already come from. Now, as far as I didn't know at that time, Virupakshi caves belongs to Ramana Ashram. It is the property of Ramana Ashram. They manage it. Their administration manages. And this sadhu is telling, I live there. I've been living from many years in that place there, in that cave. I couldn't relate to how. I was just saying, oh, you're living there? Since when? Then he started even telling, so many years passed I was there. And probably, I don't remember well, he said probably it was during the Ramana's period and all that he was there. All this was so fast I couldn't understand what he's talking about. And all I thought was, my friends should meet him. Where are these guys? Why are they so behind? If they are here, we would have all had a talk with him. And so I looked back at my friends to see where are they. I couldn't see them. And by the time I turned in front, this person had walked away. The sadhu just walked away. I felt it was rude because I was talking to him and just turned for a moment just to see, and he moved away without even talking further. So I was taken aback. But I was very happy that this person, I had that charm, that glow, that tejas, that ojas on his face. I still remember. Very profound. Pink lips, pink gums, neat white teeth, all in perfect set. Beautiful flowing beard. And graceful walk and talk. And a staff in his hand. Saffron robes. Thin. Because the moment he walked, I saw him going very fast. And then all I could do is stand there and wait for where are you guys? Where are you guys? By the time these guys came, it was like around 5-10 minutes it took for them to reach to where I am. And then I was looking at this person. I couldn't see him. He walked so fast. The track was, you can see the track, but I couldn't see him. I don't know whether he went left or right or some other direction or what. And then later I came to know that there is no caves there. This cave belongs to the ashram. There is nobody allowed to stay there. And this old man said, I live there. I do not know exactly what, so I don't want to jump into conclusion. Maybe he was pointing to some other cave beyond, because there are many caves that side. And nobody is living there actually. But maybe he was living. Maybe he was in a certain form or gross form, or maybe he was just another sadhu on that. Why did he stop? What did he ask? Why did he ask? I have no idea. But that left an imprint on my face, literally. Then I told my friends. They couldn't understand what I said. But I was very joyous. And by the time we came down, I saw my whole being was vibrating. My whole experience of going up the hill and coming down was not like the previous day. The previous day was so tiresome. We were dragging around literally here and there. And today, morning we started, evening we have come down, so fresh, so energetic. That is the time I first time learned the difference between these 2 days. The first time that I learned the difference between the seriousness of seekers. What happens when you are not serious, when you are not conscious, when you are not aware, and what happens when you are conscious, aware, and when your priority is what you have gone to do there. Nothing else matters. No other works, nothing. And from then, that trip, I decided, if I go, I'll go alone, or I'll go with people who I can relate to, whom I don't have to give instructions. Do this, don't do that. Do this, don't do that. And I followed that. All these years. Almost 13-14 years. And it has helped immensely. Why am I sharing all these things now? To tell you the seriousness that if these things are needed, there are some things to take care of also. If we are involved with our 5 senses, if we are taking everything in our priority, if we cannot prioritize, if we cannot settle down, and then we go to such places, then we cannot complain we are not getting this. See, one experience is, while going, we met a yogi. He gave us an explanation. That was more important, because until you know what the place is about, there's no point. And those days we did not have all this internet and so sophisticated things. Nothing. So that yogi defined, he was our Wikipedia there. He explained everything. And what to do also he instructed. He gave us the instruction on the hill. We followed that. Had a great experience. We were in that awareness. We came down in awareness. 2 boys out of nowhere came, led us to where we were supposed to go. And we had lost our track. We did not come from the same track. We went on another track for a reason. And when we went also, we thought we were lost. We were not. These 2 boys came. And then led us to that Jiva Samadhi of Namah Shivaya. And there this profound experience I had. From there we were coming down. This yogi, this divine being, God knows who it was, gives his darshan and talks for a moment, and then he leaves off from there. And by this whole experience, by the time I come down, I'm escalated. A complete experience by itself. Lessons. This is perhaps how Arunachaleshwara taught me. How Arunachala Hill taught me to be. Perhaps it taught me for my growth. And perhaps so that I can share it with others also. So these are my experiences. Now, doesn't mean if everybody is going in one, everybody is going to have the same. No. Here is another example that I am giving. If all 10, 11, 12 people together are going, all did not have the same experience. Nor they can say that the divine is partial. Why something happens to somebody, why it doesn't happen to somebody, it's all upon us. Why I gave the example of the master having the vision of Padmasambhava in Mount Kailash. Why he and only a few of them were able to see and relate to it, why the rest could not, a majority could not, because they were not attuned to that. Doesn't mean if you are going in a group it will happen. Though even if you are in the vicinity of a great master there, you see there, the limitation is the free will, the individual consciousness still matters. This is how it functions. So, that is why company matters. Company really matters. If you want to get stuck with a lot of worldly things, then you got to move with worldly people into spiritual areas. And it will not take much time for you to get distracted, to be pulled down, your vibes, to be pulled down into all those memories, those experiences which others want to. Like in this group I said, my first trip to Tiruvannamalai, they were still stuck with eating, sleeping, sightseeing, not judging them at all. Good for them in their own way. I am presenting this example itself for a particular purpose. That is why I am saying the priority was sleep, breaks. You don't go to spiritual places to sleep. That's very funny. You can't spare your few hours of lethargic sleep for something. In fact, I often tell people who feel tired, I guarantee you, don't go to your rooms and sleep. Be with me. Be on this hill. See how it will recharge you. Just trust that hill. Trust Arunachala. It will recharge you. It will make you energetic. You don't need to go and tumble down and scroll up into sleep. Sleep is grossness. In the spirituality, we talk about subtle sleep. What is subtle sleep? Samadhi. The yogis talk about subtle sleep, not the bodily sleep. See, it's all about transcending the gross sleep into the subtle sleep. Sleep is there. You need rejuvenation. But now you are not using the gross sleep for your rejuvenation. You are using the subtle sleep for your rejuvenation. Doesn't that make sense? So, experiences every time keeps differing depending on how much focused you are. If you lose your attention, not guaranteed. It doesn't mean that I am a person of awareness. I am going all the time to all the spiritual places and having great experiences. But one day I go in not so much awareness, and one day I go casually and things will no. Then the experiences will be the opposite. It matters every single time. It matters. So I found this shifting into awareness concept very powerful, because the moment you shift into awareness, it becomes easy. You are shifting from your body consciousness to the subtle consciousness. You are shifting from here to there. You are shifting from the gross to the subtle. You are shifting from the me, mine thing to you, yours, to that higher being, that surrender. So this all comes with the power of feeling. You got to feel. All these experiences that I had is because of the feeling. I could feel that thing. And when you feel it, it becomes your tangible experience. And that is your reality. People cannot relate to it because they cannot feel it. If you are not a person of feeling and emotion, then you need to develop that. Always. It's always better, because emotions are your power. The Master always said, emotions are your power. The more sensitive being you are, the more emotional kind of a being you are, the more powerful you can be, because now you use your emotions towards the higher. So don't think if you are an emotional person, you are an emotional fool. The world calls you an emotional fool. But you can be an emotional genius if you just convert that emotional foolishness into something that is very wise. Do you have any questions? Any confusions on what I talk? Because what I talk, I want to make sure it is relayed correctly. Because this is not gyan. This is not knowledge. This is not wisdom that I read from somewhere, understand from somewhere, and then come and parrot it out here. No, it's not that. It's coming from the consciousness. And I'm sure if you are sitting in a state of awareness, you don't need anything else. It will be clearly relate to you. You can perceive. While I'm talking, you can perceive in your experience. And when you perceive what I talk, it becomes your reality. So you know it's true. You might not have heard this subject before, but you might be hearing it for the first time, but something in your soul says, wow, this is true. That is your awareness. If you are connected through awareness, then communication is not needed. It's very easy. But still, if there is a miss in and out of that conscious awareness, and if you would like to ask anything on whatever we discussed till now, just on this subject, you may post your question here. So many people write to me again and again, Bhaiya, whenever you're going, just let us know. We would like to join you. We would like to come. We would like to experience the same thing. It would be great that we travel together. I understand what you're saying. But I'm telling you again, there is no guarantee that if you travel with me, we are all going to have the same experience. There is no guarantee. I'm telling you out of experience. There are so many trips that we have gone. Not everybody experiences. Not I'm telling that I am only experiencing. No, sometimes they experience something extraordinary which I am not able to experience. So it is individual consciousness reaping those kind of experiences. Ushaji, which hills and places you refer to today? For the past 1 week I have been referring to only one hill, that is Arunachala, that is in Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu. So I am talking about Arunachala, the Tiruvannamalai sacred hill. Yes, I was telling, it's not necessary that if you come. Most of the time what happens is, when people join in groups for travels, they like to talk. Imagine we are saying, okay, let's meet together, and we don't talk to each other. How would you like it? So why did I come to this arrogant guy? So arrogant, so egoistic. Doesn't even talk, doesn't respond, doesn't say anything properly. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The intention goes more towards the grossness. We might say we are going as a team or something, and we like to be in the team because we like to relate to each other, we like to see each other, listen to each other, have experience together, feel the company, the company. In spiritual tours there is no company, it's ekla chalore. It's always alone. You experience alone. You walk alone. Even in a group, you walk alone. Even in a group, you experience alone. You should have that kind of a state of awareness. When that happens, then nothing matters. The company doesn't matter. So a lot of time goes in otherwise talking, discussing. Because people will then start, okay, what is this about? What is that about? Tell about something there. There's nothing to tell. Experience it firsthand there. You just need to have some basics about awareness, and then you go there and do the job. That is your priority. Rest all you put it to the fire. All talks, everything to the fire. So, dear ones, today's message that I wanted to talk about from Tiruvannamalai, that has been in my being, in my conscience for all this week, is the power of feeling, the power of emotions. Developing the power of feeling. Why do you need to develop this power of feeling, and how? Through awareness. If awareness is taken out, you cannot have the feeling. You cannot have an experience completely. To experience something completely, you need to be fully aware of that experience. When you're reading books, many people read books. I am an avid reader. In fact, this trip also, after the whole trip, I was mysteriously guided to an ashram. I don't want to mention any names now. To an ashram where I went, and I reconnected to that ashram almost after 2013, where I found some good material which was exactly what my conscience was seeking. The material that I talk here about awareness, shifting into awareness, strangely, the material that I talk about divine love and divine light, all these words, phrases, were there in the material that I got there in that ashram. It was a last moment twist, not in Tiruvannamalai, out of Tiruvannamalai, but I ended up there. So what I'm trying to tell you is, all these do matter. The higher beings know what is supposed to be given, when and how. You just got to go with that surrender. There is nothing called good or bad experience. Everything is needed. Everything is needed. You know the Lemurians, the Atlantis civilization, Lemurians, the great civilization, the great advanced civilizations, they were telling, technically, they are not there anymore. They vanished. Atlantis completely sunk under the Atlantic Ocean. Whole civilization. And the whole civilization was very advanced, technologically and spiritually. Highly advanced. To the point of telepathy, probably even teleportations, advancement of space traffic. What we have is road traffic today. They had gone to the extent of space traffic. The whole civilization sunk. Despite being so advanced, they were multifold advanced than what we are today. And we call ourselves so advanced. They were hundreds of times more advanced than us. Why did they sink? They sank because there was no balance. Science overtook spirituality. Grossness overtook subtlety. Rationality overtook irrationality. Means too much of wisdom without ethics, without spiritual background can cause big damage. They had the most sophisticated weapons, most sophisticated technology to travel, space travel. And even blessed with many faculties which we called siddhis, the Ashtasiddhis, for example. One of the siddhis is to become as tiny as an atom. If you have the Ashtasiddhi, one of the powers. And one is to go vast, as big as a mountain, or even more. So they had all these kind of powers. Now what happens is, if you are a conscious being, you will utilize these powers very gracefully. If the spirituality is missing, means the conscious is missing, ethics is missing, then you will misuse that same power. And that is what happened with those civilizations, Atlantis and Lemurians. Misuse of that power. Exactly what is happening right now on earth. These are examples of how history repeats itself and humanity doesn't learn the lesson yet. Atlantis and Lemurians self-destroyed. Nothing destroyed them. You might say it was a big disaster, it was a big tragedy or a national calamity, natural calamity. It was not, it was self-created. It was all manifested. Like how we have manifested the pandemic. Pandemic didn't come from outside. Man created it. Self-destruction. Do we see how much of mankind self-destroyed in this pandemic? We created it. We brought it upon ourselves. This is just a small example. Imagine hundreds and thousand times more a civilization who was hundreds and thousand times more powerful than us, more advanced than us, collapse too. It only means that You cannot just advance technologically, you got to advance spiritually also, side by side. If this both balance is there, then these civilizations flourish. Anyways, I was just talking about what they have not learned and what we have not learned. Not a surprise if they and we are not different, because souls only recycle. Who knows? You could have been, I could have been in one of those civilizations. We might have some traces of memories from there. Who knows how many of us are back here to learn the same lessons? They say it all perished, but where can they go? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transmuted. They cannot go anywhere. They have to be recycled somewhere. So they are much here, recycling the experiences. But if not learned, the same mistakes can happen again and again for eons together. And that is what perhaps keeps the cycle going. Now, the Lemurians had practiced great spiritual principles. Great spiritual principles. And my wisdom, my limited wisdom, whatever it is, what I have studied about these civilizations and about our rishis, our Saptarishis, not much different. Because there is evidence that the Saptarishis were in direct support to these evolved beings. And most of these modern world spirituality, new age spirituality, talks of a little bit of those big civilizations, what they followed. Concepts like divine love, divine light, love and light, love, light, laughter, all these are linked with the dictionary of those. I did not know this. Even the word greetings that I use, it came very spontaneous through me. But I never know. Only after a lot of study I came to know that it resembles, and there are multiple beings who use these words. Greetings is a very common way of greeting each other with love and light. Not specified to any gender, specified to any nation, any religion, any community. It's overall general. It's a way of expressing. So multiple people have done it before in this manner, and I can see how it is related to that. Even the experience of divine love and divine light come from these civilizations who were again guided by great astral masters. They were not alone. And surprisingly, this trip of mine, Tiruvannamalai trip, after it ended and it got deviated to somewhere else, I ended up in that particular place where I got a lot of material which gave me full-fledged evidence and validity that these terms that I'm using here and that is all linked with that. And how the rishis are not different from these evolutions. The Saptarishis especially. For example, Rishi Vishwamitra had one kind of a particular teaching that he gave to the civilization, which they caught it as one big rule. Atri Maharishi gave one particular kind of a teaching, one basic principle. This is it. And the civilizations adapted that, another teaching. Agastya Maharishi gave focused on one particular aspect, and that turned out to be one particular teaching. This way, all the Saptarishis had one great principles shared with the civilizations, which they adapted into their culture as their own teachings. Divine love is one of it. The spread of divine love, which in Vedic text they call as Ananda, which otherwise we interpret as Ananda is bliss. But in actuality, their dictionaries refer Ananda to spreading and radiating divine light. What is light? Consciousness. This is what I exactly spoke from Arunachala hill. Shiva is light. Purest of pure light. Purest of pure consciousness is Shiva. When it beams through us and fills us up, we are being filled up by that divine cosmic light. Divine light. When we radiate it out into the world, we are spreading Ananda, one of the principles of the Saptarishis. We are spreading the joy resulting from that divine light. Divine love is unconditional love. I had not thought about it because I wanted to always write as love and light, because love and light is very common in these. But then I thought that love is a very limited love, the lusty love, conditional love, that I give you love, then you have to love me. Do you love me? If you don't love me, I don't love you. It all changes. There is one love that is very unconditional, which has nothing to do whether you do it or not. I only got to give it unconditionally. And this unconditional is a very divine quality. Only divine entity can do that. The divine light, the unconditional love, the divine love. So I added that word divine love and light, so that it becomes divine love and divine light, unconditional love and unconditional light, pure love and pure light. Not the other love that we call about. That is the reason I stuck to that. But today, when I link into those aspects, because I can see those ancient civilizations have been using the same terms. And coming from the Saptarishis, the principles. It's very deep, very, very deep it is, which I would not want to go with this video. Perhaps if permitted, in the future videos, I will surely share with it these principles and how it can make us feel complete. Simple words. Simple, like love is a simple aspect. Light is a simple aspect. You focus on it and you enhance it, it becomes everything. The Lemurians were very great about gratitude. That was one of their principles, strong principles. Gratitude. Their gratitude differed by the gratitude what we know of. We are taught to be grateful for all that we have, for all the wonderful experiences, for the life that we had. We get up in the morning, we offer our gratitude. Thank you, God, for keeping me alive. Thank you, God, for this food. Thank you, God, for this weather. Thank you, God, for the water. Thank you, God, for the breath. Thank you, God, for everything. From childhood we are taught that. And gratitude, yes, it's a very powerful, very, very powerful tool, because when you express your gratitude, you are reciprocating to that universe in communion with it and saying, I'm one with you. You are giving, I'm taking, I'm giving. And I'm grateful. When you say I'm grateful, it's just telling indirectly that I need more. You give me how much ever, I will acknowledge it with a lot of love. So that makes you get more. That's how the principle is, basically. The more grateful you are, the more you get what you are grateful about. But the Lemurians had a little different idea of gratefulness. They did not just give gratitude to the goodness in their life, but they gave gratitude to everything wrong that happened in their life. Everything that is not vibing well with their life or negative in their life. Anything that is not going well in life, they gave gratitude for, because they had a higher understanding of that experience. That particular negative experience will raise them to something, so to a lesson which they will learn, precious lesson they will learn out of which they will transcend more higher and faster. So that blockage that has come, that lesson that has come, that experience that has come has not come to actually hurt or damage, but it has come to teach and push me forth by learning and transcending that quality. Again, gratitude in that aspect is from the Saptarishis. One aspect that they got very strongly and they live their life with it. Gratitude for everything, good and bad in life. And there is nothing bad. Seriously, there is nothing bad. This trip taught me there is nothing bad. And this trip also made me be grateful to the bad experiences in my life. In this trip itself. I told you of one experience. I don't know if you had seen that video. If you have not, I'll just quickly reveal that experience that I had. It was that somehow I was separated from the crowd that I was with. Somehow, something happened in the crowd that made me separate from there. And I was on my own. And the moment I was on my own, I was free to connect. I was liberated. I was being myself. When we are with the crowd, we get influenced. When we are not with the crowd, you are your natural stature. And I got influenced with that. The moment I got influenced with that is when the divine encounter with a mystic happened. That divine encounter with that Avadut happened. Because till then, I had not gone into that emotional state of feeling and awareness because I was caught up in a lot of other things. And the moment I got an opportunity, divine grace only that is, that for a moment it made me separate from the other attachments and put me far. The moment I was put far, I became connected to my real nature, and the moment I did that, all that I was feeling was, and that is while I was entering the Garbhagriha into the Arunachala temple, I was feeling grateful to be there, grateful to Arunachala for even giving me the opportunity to think of Arunachala. Who am I? I cannot think. Your grace made me think. I became overwhelmingly amazed and grateful to my Master who has opened up all these channels, with whose grace I'm able to witness all this, experience all this, enjoy all this. Accept the grace and blessings. His grace. So all that moment, when I was about to enter the Garbhagriha, all these things flooded in my aura. And all the other masters, many masters, many other masters who supported in this lifetime, I became aware of them suddenly. Because somebody suddenly told me in Tiruvannamalai that so and so some master had come and had visited this place and accidentally or coincidentally met this person. And that master told this person, convey to Jacob that I am always with you and with you guys. The short message, I got it while I was doing in the parikrama. This guy, one of the guys, came and explained to me that this thing happened, and I was overjoyed thinking, how can somebody whom you are not with also think about you? How do they know about you? Then they take the name and tell, and it's so and so. All these feelings were there just before I was entering into the Garbhagriha. What a majestic divine group is this? My Master, the Guru Mandala, and the Mandala of other masters and beings who are all one, coming from that one source. I was feeling so overwhelming grateful that my tears were flowing from my eyes. And when that happens, this is what I am trying to tell you in this video. It's that awareness. The awareness invokes the feelings, and the feelings and emotions create that joy and the tears. And with that, overwhelms your vibration. Your vibration starts increasing. Your frequency lifts up. And when your frequency lifts up, it connects with all the beings that are of that vibration. That is how you communicate to other beings. And you touch their aura. You come into their aura, or they come into your aura. That happened precisely that time. And I told you, I was just going. Suddenly, a tall man was standing behind me in that line, queue. He and his wife and one more lady. And that man was singing some songs, Tamil songs, loudly. Devotional songs only, but too loudly. I was doing, some mantra was going within me, I was trying to focus. This guy was on my ears. So I was getting a little disturbed. So I looked at him, and through my eyes I tried to communicate to him, please, don't do this. Showing him that it's making me uncomfortable. Now he enjoyed that look on my face. Perhaps he wanted to trouble me more. I could see a wicked smile on his face. And then after that, he increased his volume. And he began singing little more louder. Into my ears, because he was standing on top of my head. I could understand that this guy is now trying to tease me and trouble me. This is a negative experience that I am trying to tell you. Good and bad experience. Both we should be grateful. This is a bad experience. And that experience led me to irritation. And I said, sir, please go ahead. In Tamil I said, please. Because let him go. If he is in a hurry or something, let him go singing. Let him not sing into my ears. So he moved aside, and he pulled his wife also. And another woman also walked with him. 3 of them went that side. The moment they crossed and they went that side, our temporal authority man from somewhere came running and put hand in between those guys and me, and said, make way. So I pushed behind. I just pushed behind and made some space. And then next moment I see one Avaduta stepping in and standing in the queue. There were only 3-4 people for the darshan to happen. It was that close to the Garbhagriha. All this is happening right in front of Lord Shiva's Shivalinga. He stepped into that space of mine, and I was like, who is this person? I knew it must be somebody, because the temple authorities are very strict. They don't allow anybody here and there. And here, the temple authorities are coming, make way, and they are very respectfully allowing somebody to go. So I knew he must be someone. I have never seen him. So I turned back to the back person and asked him, who is this person? He said in my ears, whispered, in Tamil he said, oh, he is the currently known Siddha of Arunachala. He is the wandering Siddha right now, whom people are aware of. I said, what's his name? He again whispered back, we do not know. Nobody knows. He doesn't talk to anybody. He is only wandering. I was exalted. I was so overjoyed, because suddenly this person has stepped into my space here, and I'm so much in front of him. And that same time the Garbhagriha entry was there. He stepped in forward, and I also took one step forward. That stone was there, and when I put my leg forward, accidentally my left leg went and touched his left leg. When my leg accidentally touched there, I was feeling very bad that my leg has touched. And in that sudden reflex action, I caught his shoulder and said, sorry. And when I caught his shoulder, suddenly I became aware that, oh my God, I'm touching him. I pulled my hand back. Now all these things happened within a few seconds, and I was so taken aback. I was thinking, oh my God, what am I doing here? It's all going hodgepodge. I thought he'll look back. God knows, mystics are different ways. You don't know how they are going to treat you. I thought I've got into trouble, but he was not at all perturbed. I'm sure he felt all that, but he didn't even bother to look back. Thin person he was. A little beard flowing, old, maybe 70s and 80s. We cannot guess their ages, but he looked like that in physical body. And right then, we were in front of the Garbhagriha. So it was like he and me were having darshan of Lord Shiva, and that was the greatest privilege. And by the time my attention was more on him. He turned and he walked, and I began immediately following him. I had my darshan of the Shivlinga and followed him. He walked all that. He did a one parikrama. Very fast he was walking. And while he was walking, all the people were sitting down there, resting and all that. They suddenly were jumping to their feet and bowing. They recognized him. And he was moving. I was moving as though nothing, I'm just a visitor going behind him. But I wanted to be in that aura. I was walking. In that temple space, I made a small video from my bag. My hanging bag was there. I just took a little bit of video because shooting is not allowed. I didn't want to go, but I still wanted that memory. So I made a capture. In today's morning video, I have put his video titled A Mystic. I didn't explain much there. He was walking in full speed. So he exited from the Shiva temple, went straight into the Amman temple, that is the Shakti temple next to it. Very powerful temple, Shakti. And he entered it and he went off somewhere. Now I was supposed to go in the main line where the visitors are. He went off somewhere else and now he has access. I do not have. So I had to follow the rules and I was desperately looking at where it. Suddenly I saw my friends were in front. I called my friend back and I told him this thing happened. He was, where is he? We were looking, all crowd. We couldn't see him. I said he's there, but if you want to have a darshan, keep your eyes open. He might be here somewhere. And for the next 10-15 minutes we stood. The line was slowly moving into the Garbhagriha for the Amman, the Divine Mother's chamber. I was looking, he was looking, we never saw anyone. Then mysteriously one thing happened. Just when we were about near the Garbhagriha, when our turn had come to do the darshan, and when the lamp we were doing this, that Avadut entered into the Garbhagriha there only, exactly at that moment, and went and stood inside like this, facing the mother. Now nobody is allowed into the Garbhagriha, but nobody told him anything. He was allowed, I think. So he went, he looked. Same again, I had his vicinity in having the darshan at the same time. And he was quick. He did that. He moved out. We also moved out. We took the kumkum, applied it. I came exactly. I was telling my friends who had their darshan and who was sitting side there. I was telling, this thing happened. He's somewhere here. My friend said, yeah, we saw him in the Garbhagriha a little, but he then went. The moment we were telling that, he came out of nowhere. Right in between where we are talking. He is there, I am here. He came exactly in between and we had to step back to make way for him. And he moved past through us. And we all took his darshan. He's the one. And he disappeared into the crowd. So both the Shiva and Shakti temple, this great privilege of being with him and having the darshan together reminded me overwhelmingly of my master talking to me about the same experience, same kind of experience, because that is what I was exactly remembering before the Garbhagriha. My master had told me vivid experiences of Tiruvannamalai when he was in Arunachaleshwara. The line was very long and he was standing there those days, and somebody told him it's not going to, the line and all is so long that you're not going to have darshan today, and everybody was disappointed. And Gurudev was in his mind talking to Shiva. You called me till here for this. I want your darshan. I have to be with you. Don't let me go in this manner. And so on, that feelings. The vibration that we are talking about, same vibration. You raise and communicate to that being in your awareness, your frequency. And then that communication happens there. And Gurudev says, suddenly some man out of nowhere came and in Tamil he said, come. And Gurudev just followed him, and all the crowd is going and he's moving through the temples and all that, and nobody's stopping, and he's also going. And he goes and places Gurudev right in front of the Garbhagriha where we had darshan. Same place, outside. Shivalinga is inside. And he goes. Now Gurudev is pleasantly amused, divinely amused, and happy and grateful and joyous, and his bhava has gone up and he's swelled with tears and everything, and he's looking at the Lord and he says, I want to be with you and meditate. Means he was not happy with that distance also, with the Garbhagriha. I want to be with you, right in front of you. And Gurudev says, that very moment, the priest who does this arti of the Shivalinga looked at Gurudev and called him and allowed him to get into the Garbhagriha. And Gurudev got into the Garbhagriha, sat there and meditated in front of the Shivalinga, Arunachaleshwara. And here I was thinking about all these experiences and feeling overwhelmed, and something similar happened. An Avduta stepped in front of me and he is bowing there. And the next Garbhagriha, the mother, he has entered into the Garbhagriha and nobody stops him. I don't know, it's all mystical. Maybe it's very colorful when I'm talking all this thing, but I don't mean to color it. I'm talking about the actual experiences of what I had in that time. Now what I'm trying to tell you is, this was not happening till the time I was alone, left on my own. The moment I became alone, that awareness, everything spontaneous, and this experience didn't take time, I'm telling you. Till then I was engaged in all other things, nothing happened extraordinary. The moment I became aware, within 4 or 5 minutes, not even that much, all these things just happened. So this video today, what I'm trying to tell you is the power of that feeling, the power of awareness that you have. The moment you shift out of your 5 senses, out of the grossly pettiness of this world and the worldly beings. We are surrounded by worldly beings. And you can't help it. So, if you filter out, if you choose your experiences, if you are focused when you are going to such places, if you go with the people who can relate with this, who can stay in a state of awareness as much as possible, not just for 1 or 2 moments, or not just during the darshan time or during something holy time, all the time, as much as possible, who can stay in awareness, who can stay out of pettiness, who can stay out of grossness, who can stay out of all the other requirements that we have in the world, sleep, food, merry, fun, talks, discussions, debates, quarrels, arguments, jokes. All these things can be done. I mean, if you put them apart, these are all of the 5 senses. All these what I mentioned, they are not wrong. I am not saying they are sin to do that. But it's absolutely absurd and useless to do it in the place where it's not required. This taught me a lot. It's taught me a lot. And again, mysteriously, some or the other way, I ended up in some other place. I got a lot of material from there and I was reading, and it's what I am doing here right now. What I have been doing all these years on this space here. All the material is almost the same. But it gives me hardcore background of these vocabulary, these details, and what we are talking, even about awareness and where it is coming from. I can see it is linked with the Saptarishis. No, I am not saying that I am doing some great, not at all. What I am trying to say is, whatever you do in life, when you are connected to that, it will be revealed to you in some or the other way, or the support system will always be there. Support system is always there. So I always tell the seekers on the path not to be too worried about whatever state you are in. Not to be too dejected or feel lonely about whatever experiences this gross world cannot give us. Whatever limitations we have in this world, due to which we are unable to grasp higher truths. Whatever it might be very frustrating. For me, it has been, and it is still very frustrating. There are some points within me that it has been very difficult to break off from. There had been many, but over the period of time, many have gone. So, that gives me enough evidence and proof that if over a period of time those have gone, then whatever is remaining, that also will go. This is how the system guides you. There is nothing called overnight enlightenment. That I have a lot of karmas and all that I am sitting, and then I need a magic, and then overnight, in a shana, everything transforms. Nothing is going to happen like that. Even if that happens by the divine touch of some enlightened being, it's not magic. It's because your prarabdha is over till then. Only when your prarabdha, when your karmas thin out, will somebody make an entry into your life and give you that touch. So it is not the touch. You might feel, oh, that person has touched, so that person has become overnight enlightened. No, it's not that way. It's because that person's time had happened. Only thing, this person who gave that enlightenment experience became the medium of the divine. There needs to be a medium of the divine to give that experience. Are you getting it? So that all comes together when the time happens. I'm reminded right now when I talk this about Avadhut Prakashananda, who is in Kumbakonam, Tamil Nadu. While going in the train, I was talking to a great scientist from Kumbakonam. Because he said Kumbakonam, I could immediately relate him with Avadhut Prakashananda, who stays on Swami Malai in Kumbakonam in Tamil Nadu. His experience was that way. He was a child, he was going to a school and he was having fun in school as a student. I think 9 years old, if I'm not mistaken. 9-year-old child one day goes for recess. There are no washrooms in the villages. You go out in the open. So he goes for recess. And the place where he goes for his urination, close by, is the Samadhi, Jiva Samadhi of a great Siddha, of an Avadhut. Now when this boy returns after the break, suddenly everything has changed. The boy is mesmerized. He is stunned. No speech, no words, no actions, no behavioral patterns. And everybody is worried. What happened to him? He is not speaking anything. He looks stunned. After that, teachers try to do everything and school guys try to do everything. They cannot make him talk. He comes to school, but he is in one state. What has happened is, he has entered into higher states of Samadhi. Why? Because he had gone near the Jiva Samadhi of that great Avadhut, who was none other than his Guru in his previous lifetime. His Guru's Samadhi. See, nature, the universe brings you together. When the time is right, the prarabdha of this person had exhausted, and when the time was right, he ended up in front of that Jiva Samadhi, and this thing happened. And after that, he never spoke. He lost all interest in everything. He used to only be in bliss, silence. So the school took him off. And then he started just roaming around in that village, Kumbakonam. And one fine day, he left home also. He left home and he was wandering the streets. Even till date, he is wandering. He must be 60 plus above, dark skinned. I have posted about him, Avadhut Prakashananda. He still lives in those streets on the great, powerful Murugan temple on a small hill called Swami Malai in Kumbakonam. If you go to Kumbakonam, you can go and meet him. If you end up somewhere in Kumbakonam, just ask where is Swami Malai. When you go to Swami Malai, there is a Murugan temple. Just in front of that Murugan temple, there are many streets, small streets. You ask anybody about this Avadhut Prakashananda, they will tell you. He will be roaming somewhere, nude or half nude, or in somebody's house, lying down and resting and blessing people. Blessing, they don't bless in this manner. Their presence is enough. I wouldn't want to go with my experience with him, but it was a great blessing that he bit a banana and threw it to me. Eaten banana with the skin. There are mysterious ways that they do things. It need not be always this. So I was reminded of him. Now, what I was telling is, there are so many people who are going for urination near the Jiva Samadhi. Did everybody have an enlightenment? No. Why? Why did this person only have? Because his time was right. His karmas had thinned out. And that time was appropriate for him to trigger that self-realization. That is why nobody can give anybody self-realization. No master, no enlightened being can touch and say, be enlightened and have self-realization. No, they can prepare you towards it. But your karmas have to thin out. Only then you become viable to have that experience. Because if there are pending stuff, you cannot. What happens with the grace of great masters is the rapid burning of karmas. When you come in the vicinity of great beings, siddhas, avduts, divine beings and divine places, vortexes, what happens is the churning of karma is faster. Because of that powerful energy and vibrations, you are always in high vibration, which will negate the negative karmic patterns faster. Evolution can fasten up. That is why it said grace of a master can fasten up. And it is only the grace of the master that will lead one to self-realization. Because there is a power that's backing that individual. So it is wrong to say that if I go to such an avduta, he can give me self-realization. No, he cannot. He can give me moksha. No, he cannot. If that was the case, then all the enlightened beings would have just touched people and everybody would have become enlightened. Tuck, 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 tuck. I used to ask this question to my parents and the people in Christianity. If Jesus Christ was a great healer, as it is revealed, so many miracles he has done. He touched the leper and leprosy is gone. He touched a blind person, the blindness gone. He touched and called, not touched, he called a dead man and the dead man woke. I was asking, if this is happening, why only those selected people? Why not everybody? Why can't you heal all the blind? Why can't you heal all the lepers? It doesn't mean that Jesus was there and leprosy was extinct. No, leprosy still existed. But lepers were cured. Not all, some. Why? Nobody had answers to this. I later found out in my spiritual journey that it's all about your karmic patterns. When you thin out, and at that moment if somebody blesses, it's a great, or they can accelerate. If there is a little, lump of obstacles, or some patterns, something that is holding you back to have that experience, maybe they can nullify it, depending on various calculations. If you listen to the theory of karma by Gurudev, those who do not know what I am talking about, I am talking if you go to Shiv Yoga and if you purchase theory of karma, the whole thing you can purchase. It's by Avdut Shivanandji. Beautiful, what I am talking, everything is related. That even when a great enlightened being comes into a poor man's house and sees the poverty but wants to bless, but sees there is so much of negative karma remaining that he is not able to, then they have different means and mediums, ways through which they try to nullify that so that they can bless this. They cannot directly do anything. Childless couple going to a great enlightened master saying, give us a child. And that enlightened being looks into the sanchit and prarabdha, karma, and finds out that if I pull in all the possible positive karmas, also you do not have the seed of having a child. It's not there in your destined thing, because there are so many negative karmas that will counter it. So he had to tell some other method by which they can actually do a calculation and do a nullification of that karma by some theory, some physics, some mathematics. You do this kind of karma which will go and counteract that, and then this, and then this, and finally you will get one opportunity to have a child. It's science, pure science. It's complicated. So we cannot think that if we just go and get a touch from somebody, it will just happen like this. Many people write to me saying that I have this illness, I have this problem, take me to an Avduta, take me to such places. It can never happen that way, what we are saying. Especially if we are just depending on higher power just to fulfill our needs. Till then we are not very serious about spirituality, nothing about inner growth, nothing about self-realization, nothing is there. Oh, one problem is there, I don't have a child, take me to an Avduta. Or my business is not running, take me to an Avduta. It doesn't go that way, dear ones. I get such requests. Or point me to somebody, send me to somebody who can do this. Now we have got the whole thing wrong there. So sometimes when we are going for this trip, the people sometimes who knew when they joined, they say, take us to some Avdutas. You're keeping going. You have gone there many times. Your experiences you have shared and all that. They are great. Take us also there. Now I know from the frame of mind, even if I take them there, nothing is going to happen. I might end up wasting my time or even the time and space and privacy of that particular saint. It's not going to work that way. It doesn't work that way. The openness should be from within. And I'm telling you, if the openness and that eagerness is strong, the urge is strong from within, you don't need a Tom, Dick and Harry to take you to somebody. That's the catch. You don't need me. You don't need anybody. You are that magnet. And those great enlightened beings don't need third parties. They don't need negotiators to come to you. All this negotiation happens because of your capacity not to raise your vibration to that level and understand this science. So you are dependent on somebody, and the more you are dependent on somebody, you become handicapped. If that person is not in a mood, you're gone. You don't have it. So rather it's more interesting and better that you learn the technique and you experiment and you always try to communicate, because it's all about your experience. There are so many times in my live videos I have given so many methods, connecting with the higher, with your own guru. If you don't have a guru, connecting with the higher beings of your evolution, connecting with the God Ishta that you have in your heart space. It can be all done, but you got to be serious about it. It comes through the power of feeling. Feeling comes through the power of awareness. Without awareness, you cannot have feelings. You cannot enjoy and relish that experience without feelings. Feelings are everything. I'm telling you, all these experiences that I'm telling you joy, tears, shivers, ecstasy. These are all feelings and emotions. Only when this is there, it's alive. You are alive in that experience. You are relishing it, first-hand experience. And I'm telling you, the magic, the secret for having this experience is awareness. You should know how to throw your awareness here and there. You should know how to become aware of this, that, whatever. Gross, subtle, whatever. Become aware of a body, you should go like this. Become aware of a nose like this. Like a left ear like this. Right hand like this. The wall next to you like this. The sofa in front of you like this. Your father like this. Your mother like this. Your child like this. Your neighbor's vehicle like this. Anything, any damn thing you think of, and you can throw your awareness into that and become aware of that. That's experience. Practice. It's all practice. So if we do not practice, it is an indication to the universe we are not serious about it. The more you practice, the more opportunities are given, and the more you train yourself with these opportunities. Now see, I am aware of these things, how powerful they are, because every time I go, I remain in that awareness to get it in touch with that particular enlightened being or that enlightened place. But I am telling you, Even if I make a mistake like I made in this trip, I was stuck and got mesmerized by the worldly activities, that I lost connection with that awareness for one whole day, and things never went right, to the extent that we did not even get darshan on the first day. Never happened before. It was disappointing for me, but then I thought, I am also in some other mood this time. So what is our mood? We get that. If your mood is divinity, if Shiva, then so be it. And I'm telling you, next day, the moment I became aware of it, suddenly I was flung from that space. I'm telling you, I don't want to tell what happened, but mysteriously some things happened. And it flung me out of that space and I became alone. And the moment I became alone, I was in that space. And the moment that happened, things just magically it happened. What never happened for a long number of hours quickly happened. That taught me, even in that state of unawareness, even if unknowingly something has happened, it taught me, see, it takes only a moment for you to get back to that. How important this is. That is why I thought I should come and talk to you about this subject today. How important this is. The shifting into awareness. This awareness thing. Shifting into awareness, because otherwise if you don't shift, if you are not in awareness, you are in body consciousness. You are in the gross consciousness. Shifting into awareness means throwing from here to the higher. Your awareness from the gross things, you are now putting your awareness into higher things. That is shifting into that awareness. And it also taught me that there is nothing bad that happens in life. As I told you, this great Rishis principle, Saptarishis, one of the principles which the Lemurians followed, the Lemurian civilization followed. Gratitude, not just for the good things in life, but gratitude also for the negative things that happen in life. And this trip taught me that. One is, I gave you an example, the negative thing, somebody singing in my ear, irritating, and I get irritating. So normally if you say, oh, getting irritated in a temple is not a good sign, it's a bad sign, and somebody is triggering you. I said triggers are bad. No triggers are bad. Everything has got its own meaning. Even the negative triggers has got their own meaning. That doesn't mean we embrace and get hold of that trigger. But if we become aware of the trigger, there is a lot to learn. So that was a trigger, something triggered. And somebody trying to irritate me, somebody trying to punish me, was actually blessing me with a gift that evening. So that negative episode, which just happened one kshana before, turned into a great blessing. And then at the end of the trip, I am connected to the principles of the Maharishis and the great civilizations, which says be grateful even for your negative experiences. What more can I relate with? So all this negative experience that happens even in the trips lead you to something beautiful. It teaches you so much. So I said I must convey this. But today morning this thing deeply came into my mind. Especially how this the shifting into awareness, remaining in awareness is more important, and how important, because it will all depend on what you want in life. As Gurudev said, tum chahte kya ho? If your chahna, if your desire is self-realization, then these things will automatically happen, without effortlessly it will happen. If it is not, then it's difficult. You will also see mysteriously things happening to you. Now you might not know, you might think it's a negative experience, but don't take anything as a negative experience. In a divine place, having a negative experience for a reason. Similarly, in our lives also, many negative things happen. There's nothing to take anything negative. Just, I'm telling you, this powerful principles, what this Lemurian civilization followed, gratefulness, gratitude for the good and the bad that is happening. It is said that the Lemurians used to actually contemplate on whatever bad happened to them and be thankful to God and say, the higher power, and say, thank you so much, because of that negative experience we are learning something, or with that negative experience we are now going to experience something higher. With that negative experience we are now being presented with an opportunity to evolve, to learn something precious. So thank you for that. And when you say this genuinely, that the effect of that negative thing in your life dissolves, and they say the next moment you don't feel that negativity, you don't feel anger, you don't feel fear, all the negative emotions connected with that negative activity just dissolves. Isn't that wonderful? Now I'm telling you how these things are related. I'm talking to you about the ancient, very ancient civilizations, and how these certain civilizations, even today, there are many civilizations, gross and subtle. Don't think only civilization means like what you see. No, there are civilizations itself which are subtle. One of the civilization is the Shambhala civilization. And let me tell you, entire Shambhala follows these principles what I am talking to you today in this video. That the Saptarishis have taught in some way. I'm not opening up, I don't want to discuss anything fully on these things because I'm not supposed to. But I've given you enough understanding of this whole subject, of how they are interconnected, how important they are. You can see all the same teachings have come into many paths, many religions, but we do not know. Like for example, my Gurudev talks so much about unconditional love, acceptance and forgiveness, non-judgment, gratitude of gratitude. All these are taught by, of course, my master is connected to the great lineages. It's all pouring from there. But why some masters have and some great beings have caught on some principles very strongly in their life? Same what I'm trying to tell you. Ancient civilizations, whole civilizations have held this. Some points. And I'm telling you, these civilizations are so advanced and their practices are so advanced. Simple techniques, advanced way. That there is no actual need of going into details of the science of what happens in your physiology. Like for example, there is absolutely no need for these great civilizations, enlightened ones, to actually work on circuit systems or their chakras and nadis. Though yes, these are very powerful modalities, but those beings follow very simple principles that actually automatically works on these chakra systems also. Instead of going into the gross and working on the mechanics, these people work on the principles of that energy and consciousness. That when you work, it floods all those points and chakras and nadis. It does the same magic, but very simple things like what we are talking about. Gratitude, divine love, divine light. All these principles. And there are a couple of more, but very simple. And they are taken for granted because it's so simple. I'm sure many of us have taken our master's teachings also for granted. I have emphasized in so many videos about what exactly is that unconditional, how to relate with acceptance and forgiveness and non-judgmental things, and how deep that subject is. I've spent hours then actually even talking about it. You can see how deep it is. Very true. Because it's so deep only, the great ones have been following these simple principles and teaching it again. And let me tell you, the light workers on the planet right now, the young ones, the many, the countless many who have turned up on the social media in various formats, various platforms, various names, all doing light work, the work of light. I can see one common pattern in all of them. What I talk today is same as to what they are doing. Means it's coming from that same source. It's coming through the same higher divinity, the Guru Mandala. They are not different. I have told this many times. They are not different, so they cannot have different agenda. The agenda is only one: to unite that consciousness. Unite the fragmented consciousness, fragmented due to egoic tendencies of feeling separate from somebody else, of establishing me and my own, another separate, and bringing out, keeping aloof from the other, and judging the other, condemning the other, or through superiority, me and mine is superior, the others are inferior. See how better are we, and me, mine and ours. We are great. This itself is the egoic tendency that separates. This does not happen on the highest principle. There is no such separateness. The Guru Mandala, the Rishis, have no boundaries. They look at everybody, be it a criminal and a priest, or a dacoit, or a saint. No, absolute. For us, our working, yes, there are differences. But from higher end, they don't bother about these. Their only purpose is to unite all the consciousness. Why unite consciousness? Is it a separate agenda? There is no agenda. It is something natural. From the one, from the nothingness, the Shiva consciousness, the pure consciousness that always existed. Shiva consciousness is that consciousness which is eternal, which never died, which will never die. It always existed eternally. From that consciousness, the play keeps happening. The worlds come in, they go. The universes come in, they go. Galaxies come in, they go. That is how you and me also come in and go. We are part of that game. So everything comes and goes. What doesn't come and go, what remains eternal, Shashvat, is the Shiva Tattva, which we call as Shiva consciousness, which other civilization calls as God consciousness. One civilization calls it Allah consciousness. You call it whatever. That principle of that oneness, we call different names because of our attitudes and the egoic tendencies. Because the moment we name that pure consciousness with a name, be it even Shiva, it is an egoic tendency saying Shiva is ours. Oh, they don't believe in Shiva. They are not ours. No, that is yours and mine egoic tendencies. From a higher point of view, if you see the Shiva consciousness, the actual God consciousness, that does not separate anyone. That has no two. Yaru? Okay. That has no diversity. Why? It has no diversity because it has come from that oneness. Imagine a cosmic light, if it is exploding into a billion particles, what will happen? Billion particles. You might see a different particle, and you might see one particle big, small, different color, this. But where has it come from? It has exploded from that one cosmic being. So everything that has exploded is a part of that original. You and me cannot see it because it's fragmented, it's separated, and each fragment starts dancing. I am superior. That is not. I don't expect this. I don't accept this one. They are different. I am different. Look at their color. Look at their size and shape. It's all funny. And it's true from this kind of experience. But from the higher, the one who has exploded, who is the one who has exploded? That cosmic being which has exploded. What will that consciousness say? That consciousness will feel the same in this particle, in this particle, in this particle. Because it knows it is that one consciousness. You call it Shiva consciousness, you call it any kind of consciousness. So when that is broken, what is the agenda now? There is no agenda of these individuals. It is not individual agendas. We feel that we are making agendas and we are trying to combine. It is our duty to come together. We have to. There is nothing. It is the principle which has opened up, and the principle knows when to shrink back. Whether we do it or not as individual specks, the consciousness will do it. That is what is called as pralay. If you don't understand, there is something called pralay. And that is something called the destruction. That is when that Shiva, which is Nirguna, Nirakara, which has no form, which has no qualities, no attributes, which is that one consciousness, which neither reacts nor does anything, no doer. It is the supreme witness. That when it gets fragmented, that has to manifest in a different form, and that form is called the one who puts things back by destroying these egos, different egos. It destroys the egos that separated, so that when the egos vanish, it can just merge into one. This dynamic being which breaks and burns and destroys the egos is called a Shiva in the Rudra form. So it's the same form, taken a different, same consciousness, taken a different form now, because this is all, the particles are all grosser now, it is not that pure. So to talk this language, it needs something of a grosser. That is when the Supreme Consciousness takes form. So even when you worship a god in a temple or in a certain Swarupa, let us say in a Shiva Swarupa, or let us say in a Shakti Swarupa, any gods that you can think of, is that manifestation. The Swarupa is your creation, your reflection from your gross tendencies, because duality has this kind of approach. The shape and form comes only in duality, and whereas we talk about Shiva's Nirguna, Nirakara, no form, no shape, pure awareness, pure consciousness. So when that consciousness shakes from that supreme divinity and lowers its consciousness, it takes a form. The form that you and me worship. The form that you and me need a reason to look at. Because we, as I told you in this whole video, we are used to the five senses. We need to see, we need to hear, we need to smell, we need to touch, we need to taste. Only then we will believe there is a God. That is why we need murti, we need idols, we need photos. Because we are stuck in the five senses. Without this, you take this off, I cannot. You break off that idol or remove that idol or take off the photograph. You don't know, what should I do? Got to worship. How? Where should I worship? I cannot see because I cannot now connect with the five senses. I need something of the five senses. So you give that supreme consciousness, that Nirakara, that Nirguna, you give it a form. Humans give it a form. You need to relate with something. So the attributes of that consciousness you symbolically give it in some form. The jata represents one thing, the trishul represents one thing, the rudraksha represents one thing, the tiger skin represents one thing. Every aspect, the third eye represents one thing, the Ganga flowing represents one thing. It turns into mythology to explain that this Ganga is flowing from within your pineal gland, the Amrit. It has to be given a story or some form so that we can relate, because we are people of senses. And what comes in from the pineal gland, you cannot touch, you cannot see, you cannot taste, you cannot hear, nothing. So how can I know my pineal gland and know about the Amrit? I cannot. So Ganga. Similarly, everything, every attribute has got something. Swarupa, it's only a Swarupa. Swarupa means duality, and it is still not in the purest of pure consciousness. The highest consciousness is the pure awareness, pure consciousness, Nirguna, Nirakara. If we understand this, it becomes very simple. And I'm telling you, the more we manifest, the more we think of reaching that divinity through this kind of awareness, which is pure awareness. I'm telling you that pure awareness will help and guide us through our various experiences on this earth. It will send us certain people or incidents or experiences to us to learn and grow from. Or it will send you to certain people or certain experiences to learn from. So many things. You get guided, you get books into your hands, you get the right people at the right time, you coincidentally open up something. You know, I was connected to that place, that mysterious place. Now, I'm not doing a very hoo-la-la. Don't think that there's some hidden place or where this guy has gone. Nothing of that sort. It's just a general place. But I'm not hyping over it because people will go with wrong expectations. It doesn't happen that way. And I'm telling you, if it is meant to happen, it will happen anyways, whether anybody tells you or not. But why I'm telling you is because this is the way I relate with life and tell you that it is possible in everybody's life. Strangely, in 2013, I had been to this place and picked up one of their books and just opened. And the page that I opened told me about a divine experience of somebody in the 1970s of a great master who lived that time. The book said that he came to Belgaum. Belgaum is where I am staying right now, in 70s. He came to Belgaum and he was handed a certain responsibility by a certain ascended master. And the responsibility was to go and awaken a great master who's sitting underwater in deep samadhi for thousands of years. And this water body is in Belgaum. And this was assigned to him. And he didn't know how to do it. He was confused, but he was assured the masters are watching him. Go and do it, because he was worthy enough to do that job. And they needed somebody to do that. And it explained how it happened. He came, he went underwater, did that. I have spoken this once in one of my life. He did as advised. Underwater, there was no suffocation, nothing. Underwater, he went down, he found a glow of light, walked towards it and found that it was a cave under the water, in the bottom. When he entered the cave, he saw that a great Rishi was sitting there in deep samadhi. One second. Ma, ആരോ വന്നവിടെ പുറത്ത് ചെറുക്കൻ. And then certain things happen, and then that master is awakened from that deep samadhi. And he is advised to he was deeply awakened from that deep samadhi. And his work was done, and he leaves. That was only the job assigned to that person. And now, mysteriously, it is still a mystery that why did I end up in such a place which I have no connection with, and I go and experience and do some meditation there, and then my eyes fall on a certain book, and when I open the page, this experience is given in a place where I am born. And this place is somewhere 600 kilometers away from. Why and how? We don't know. We do not know how and why. It only later made some sense to me. പൂച്ച വരുന്നു. It only made later sense to me. That time I had thought it's a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. That's what I'm trying to tell. If certain books are reaching you, if certain people are reaching you, certain experiences are reaching you, something is reaching you. And if you are aware, if you drop your awareness, if you invest your awareness into that particular kind of thing, it will lead you to what it has to. So by this variety of multiple experiences that I have in this life, I can relate to that these things are real and they do exist. They fully exist. And these are not just goody talks. These experiences validate it. So from that experience, I had somehow got connected, and after this Tirunelveli trip, I somehow ended in that place again. And this time, I come to know about a lot of other things, of these principles of divine love, divine light, gratitude for the good and bad, and other simple things that I discussed here, which all the people of multiple civilizations today are following. Many light workers are following. So if it has not come from a planning, if it has just happened spontaneously, and if it is coinciding with multiple work that is going on this earth, then it has a meaning. So what I'm trying to say is, everything has a meaning. Our existence has a meaning. What we do, how we do, why we do, it might not make sense to ourselves, or it might not make sense to others. Most of the time, what I do doesn't make sense to others, and they feel this guy is up to some nonsense, because they don't relate with it. And believe me, there are times where I have thought, am I really doing nonsense? Is there any meaning to all this? But then when I think, and when I start getting distracted from the path, something happens in my life, some experience happens in my life, which assures me, no, you're not alone. We are watching you. And that we and you is not entitled for some people only and some. No, every being on this earth is being watched. My master is to always remind that you have always your higher ascended beings, whom you call angels or guides, who are always there. Immediate help. And then a distant help above them are the ascended masters. And how these guides and angels help you evolve to a certain level, because if they help you evolve to a certain level, then that means they have got a promotion. That is how they work on their karma. I told you, there are multiple ways. One is you come and work on this earth, do good karmas and transcend your karma, or it also happens on a subtle level. Of course, through human incarnation only you can have the final liberation. But I am telling, before that also you can work upon your karma on the subtle aspects, subtle realms. And these angels and divine beings and all, they are not liberated ones. They are still incomplete beings, mind you. But they have evolved to a certain level. And now they have chosen to work on an astral plane and to help others ascend. So they work equally hard as you to lift you up, because if they succeed lifting you up, they have succeeded in overcoming a great pace of their evolution. And once they do that, they are liberated from that responsibility. And newer, higher evolved beings come to help you. Our masters explained all this very well. Higher beings come. And when they are also fulfilling their jobs, then the ascended masters come. Because now you are ready, because it's all about frequency. Every time you are evolving, you are raising your frequency. So that level of beings are available on the astral level. Until you reach the vibrations of the ascended masters. What are these vibrations? Purity. Simple word, purity. You purify yourself, you are automatically start vibrating to that level, frequency. What is purity? Shrugging off or dissolving everything that is negative. Anything that is negative. So the more you shed off, the more purer you become. The more purer you become, the more your vibration. The more your vibration, the more the frequency. The more your frequency, the higher the evolution. The higher the evolution, the greater the beings of light. And then they take responsibilities. And it goes on in this manner, in the astral world. Now their promotions also keep on. So, yes, for the final liberation, they do come back as a human. But by then their karmas are depleted. So they don't have to come here and create a big kind of experience of all the tug of wars and the challenges and all that, because they've cleared all that. So they come, have a simple life, simple and easier and faster and very conducive kind of a life, and evolve and liberate. So that is another aspect. Anyways, this is all that I had to tell you in today's session, very importantly. I hope you were there in complete awareness and you have understood. If you have any questions, you can please. Vandana Khanna, thanks for such a deep topic with so much awareness. Thanks, Jacob. You're most welcome. Oh, today I don't see any much questions. So, Usha Mehta, if one is not physically able to climb the hill, can one still go with some help? Yes. See, the hill, this Tirunamala hill, the Arunachala hill, is not something that you are doing like a mountaineer. It has got various paths. There are some paths with stone steps. So, people who are old or not able to, you can always go slowly. The idea is again not about reaching a summit and going and touching the top and yay, and we have done it and coming. It's not about that. It's about being in that vicinity, in that aura. Why the hill? Because the hill is holy, it is being meditated. Many yogis, many masters are in deep samadhi in that state. Many are doing tapasya. Even the grosser yogis in their physical bodies also move around in that. So it makes all a vibrant atmosphere. So the more you move in this kind of an atmosphere, it is helpful for your evolution. As simple as that. So the idea is all about spending much time there. Now, whether you climb the hill or don't climb the hill, I don't think it's important that you climb the hill. I've never been appreciative of rituals and karma kand and what do you call that? These are all the do's and don'ts, the rules and all that, rigidities, and you have to do this, you have to do that. Basically, if you understand the science of it, it's very easy. Now, why do they ask you to go for pilgrimage? Why the pilgrimage was designed in earlier years was because the more you vigorously put your physical, mental, emotional energy with the obstacles that come. So many obstacles come in pilgrimage. When you go for a Tirth Yatra, it's not easy those days. Today it's very easy. And this is not pilgrimage, let me remind you. Actual pilgrimage means by foot. You go by foot, barefooted, even fantastic. And the pain that you endure, the suffering that you endure, the challenges that you endure, that makes it difficult for you to reach that pilgrimage site, but still you endure that. That great sacrifice that you do for going to that place is what negates your karma. That tapascharya, that walk, or that suffering that you have, the challenge that you take upon, works on your negative karma, and that is how karma gets dissolved. That is a science between pilgrimage, for a pilgrimage. But in today's world it's different. People go by helicopters, people go by shortcut methods. In Palani there are even automatic trolleys which can take people up. There are trolleys. Rope trolleys are there. But in Palani it's supposed to be 1,000 steps. You got to take the steps, because that the pain and that endurance that you follow is what makes it fulfilling. So if we don't understand this, then we will think going on the top is important. That is why we might take shortcuts. We might take a helicopter and go to Kailash. It's not about that. It's not about reaching that destination. It is about the journey, how you complete the journey. So coming back to your question about how is it really required to go on top of the hill, I don't think so. It's not. If you cannot, you can always do the foothill work. And there are many Jiva Samadhis and ashrams on the foothill. Like Ramana Ashram is a powerful place, peaceful place, high vibrancy. The moment you enter, your consciousness becomes peaceful. I can vouch this, even for the people who don't understand this, who cannot experience it. So say, I do not experience this. You just go to Ramana Ashram and see. There's so many experiences, so many times I've gone with so many people. Suddenly they see a kind of peace and calmness coming. That's the power, the aura of that place. And you see no people running around, nothing. Everybody is seated in silence with their eyes closed. Nobody is staring at each other. Nobody is gaping at each other. Nobody is spending time in wasteful talks. Everybody is in silence. Everybody, even if you see, especially the Westerners moving, they will be moving in a state of awareness. They are experiencing something while moving. Some you can see in blissful tears they are moving. They are not even oblivious of their surroundings. What is that? That space. So these places are not really about climbing the hill or not. It's about being in that vicinity and experiencing it and evolving in that space. Now, why these spaces? Because it's easier for one to evolve in high vibrational places. You meditating in your house is one thing. You meditating in your office is another thing. You meditating on a holy hill is just another thing. It all matters. Easier. And you have the assistance and the company of such astral beings. Any other, do you have? I'm just looking into. Okay, good. Today there are no questions. No questions, it just means that we have understood. We are one with what we are talking. So it's very clear, crystal clear through our awareness. I was gifted a couple of photos when I left. I just saw this in my book. These are the great beings I go to every time. It was there in the books. Some one guy gave, Kalidas gave this. Thank you. So this is Ramana Maharishi. This is Avadut Mauni Baba. He doesn't speak anything in silence. He is there on the parikrama. Smeared in ash, he'll be sitting. This is Avadut Topiamma. I made a video on her. And not a single visit to Tirunamalai has gone without her darshan. Whether we go to her or not, we happen to see her somewhere or the other. And she lives very close. She lives means she wanders very close to where I stay. That place of Ashok Bhai is next to that. Vivid experiences with her all the time. This is Sheshadri Swamigal, the Jiva Samadhi, which is next to Ramanashram. Very powerful Jiva Samadhi. He was one of the greatest Avduts in those times in Tirunamalai. In fact, when Ramana Maharshi came at a young age, he came first to Tirunamalai temple of Arunachaleshwara, the temple. And Ramana Maharshi would always be in his Samadhi, and he had gone and sat near the Patala Linga. There is a Patala Linga inside Arunachaleshwara temple. It's underground. So he was actually sitting there as an adolescent, lost in Samadhi. So what used to happen was, rats used to eat his legs because he is not aware of his body, not at all aware, conscious of his physical presence, absorbed. Rodents ate his physical body, that is the feet. So it is very obvious that if this would have continued, Sri Ramana would not have existed for long in the body. For them, they are already liberated. They don't have any awareness, but the body would have gone. It is only due to the blessing of Sheshadri Swamigal, who saw this boy, young boy in deep Samadhi, picked him up from Patalalinga in Arunachaleshwara temple and picked him out and brought him and left him at the foothill of Arunachala, at which place Ramana began living. And that became his ashram, and there is where he took Samadhi. So he plays a great role in bringing Ramana there. And he plays a great role in many people whom I have met. Including Ashok Bhai, whose place I live, he follows him. He is his guru. So, and there is one divine restaurant which I would like to mention. Yes, I shouldn't forget this. Every time I forget. There is one divine restaurant named Oro Usha Restaurant, right in front of Sheshadri Swamigal Samadhi. In the video that I posted today morning, you can see when the tilt is coming from Sheshadri Swamigal Ashramam, opposite there is a divine restaurant, and the name is Oro Usha Restaurant. Now that has a very strange affinity in my life, because all the time I go to Tirunamalai, I have never left Tirunamalai without visiting or eating in that restaurant. There is something very divine and charming in that restaurant. One is, you will find all saints' photographs in that restaurant. And the food prepared there is as good as prasadam, a very different, extraordinary taste. Though it is prepared by the cooks. Very comfortable seating, and every time we walk in, there are only foreigners in there. 80% are filled with foreigners. We go and sit. It is a bit costly, so not everybody gets into that restaurant. But we have found that we have spent hours in that restaurant. We have had great talks, we have great discussions, great work being done there. Many people come and sit there for their great work, higher work in that place. And I was having so strong affinity with this place that every time I went there, I had to go there. And one beautiful thing that would happen is, anytime we would to climb the hill and come back, and it would be a long, tiring body. The moment we entered that restaurant and dined there and sat and relaxed, even had herbal tea or something like soup or something like that, simple things, within an hour or so, completely body used to regenerate. So I used to wonder what is there in this magical in this place, something magical. Then I saw all the same. There are hundreds of saints photographs inside that. There are many books. It's like a small library also there for sale inside that restaurant. There are 2-3 chambers in that, AC, non-AC, and there is an open space also. The open space is where I met Mujiji. I was sitting in this restaurant only when Mujiji walked in, and he was sitting, and I had the fortune. So that this hotel has been very divine for me. Now it was only later I came to know that the owner of this hotel, in this restaurant, is one Mrs. Usha. She's from Orissa. From Orissa, she has been placed in this place very mysteriously. Now I didn't know anything about her. But whenever I sat in this hotel and came out, it was a beautiful time. And then, just 2 or 3 visits before, I came to know that she has seen some of my videos. So somebody just tried introducing me to her, and she said, I know him. I see your videos, she said. I was very happy, very happy. And then we struck a conversation, and that is how we became good friends. And she, first 2 meetings, we were just talking very casual. But in this meeting, in this trip, we had spent equal time there, and I told, your restaurant is nothing less than an ashram for me. It is something divine. I don't know what is divine here, but it is extraordinary, I can tell you that much. I don't know what it is. Then for the first time she began revealing how from Orissa she had migrated to Aurobindo ashram in Pondicherry. She was supposed to be there, and she thought her life is to be there in Aurobindo ashram in Pondicherry. But then she had a dream or something, and she was directed to come to Tiruvannamalai. She says, I didn't even know the spelling of Tiruvannamalai and where this is. But that dream was so profound. It just asked me to go to Tiruvannamalai near the hill, and said, there in a couple of days after you go, a certain sage will come to you. A sage will come to you and tell you what further. This was the dream. And she came. And she was looking at those places and finding. And while she was contemplating on what to do, because hotel line was the last thing on her mind, she has no experience in this. But she was asked in this dream to open a hotel. And she said, I have nothing to do with an hotel. So she didn't believe. Nothing to do with an hotel and nothing to do with this place called Tiruvannamalai. I don't even know. It was absurd. But following the dreams, when she came there, as mentioned in the dream, the sage comes to her in a dream again, not in reality, comes in a dream and gives her the further plan. That sage was none other than Seshadri Swamigal, in front of whose Jiva Samadhi is her restaurant today. And she says, I had no idea how this thing is going to come up. I have no experience, and I am alone. She was married to a German man. Unfortunately, he passed away. But even that marriage, everything was indicated very clearly by the Ascended Masters. She has dreams. She has very good communication through dreams, and she doesn't know why, but all her dreams are like prophetic dreams, and everything is told to her in that. So, not knowing much, she went on doing, and there were a lot of challenges and problems in getting that place there, and that was considered to be a very less fertile place for restaurant, especially because the Vastu was not good. She said it was a 3-cornered site, and that is not good, and everybody said it's not good, it's an ill-fated land. But she was strong on this dream. And the moment she wanted to purchase this land, the next door person also wanted to sell his land, which is behind this 3-cornered space. And when that also was taken out for sale, that 3 plus this 3 together became 6 cornered. And so that ill-fatedness gone, and then she went ahead and got it done. And she says everything, so many challenges, so many troubles, which I thought I'll never get out of, everything has been clearly sorted some or the other way. Somebody comes, something happens, mysteriously things happen here, but I know I'm taken care of. I have full validity on everything somebody else is doing. I'm not the doer. So this time I spoke a lengthy time with her, and she has had multiple experiences with multiple saints. That is why she decorates all the restaurant with so many saints. She is especially connected very closely with Puttaparthi Sai Baba and Sai Baba of Shirdi. And she mentioned many experiences. I cannot talk all that because it's so long. All the experiences, direct experiences with Sai Baba and Puttaparthi Sai Baba, especially the ash coming out of the photo of Puttaparthi Sai Baba, live ash coming out of the photo of Puttaparthi Sai Baba, which she collects, she has collected, and she has placed it in her hotel. People can take it as vibhuti. She has made small packets of that. She gave these packets to us. So I brought those also. This is a holy ash that comes out live, never ending, it's coming. Because she's connected. And I have heard this, I'm telling you. In Delhi, there was a guy who told me that ash comes out of the photo. I laughed at it. That how can this be possible? He said, no, some devotees it comes. So I couldn't believe it. And now I hear live, and not just live, she gave me that vibhuti that comes from there. So all these were her direct experiences from there, how the ascended masters have guided her. And there were a lot of messages for me also while I was talking to her. In my work, in my journey of life, and I'm sure that is why she was speaking. And something was speaking through her. A lot of things. And I told her, thank you for the session. 1 hour we spoke. And there were no customers at that time. Strangely, always there are full of customers. But one day before we were leaving, that late evening, there were no customers. So she could openly talk. Till she finished all these topics and many other things that she told about that place. So what I'm trying to tell is, they're all very mysterious places, very mysteriously placed. And I told you, this is not because she told, that aura could be sensed in that place. So I would highly recommend anybody going to that place in Tirunelveli, do visit Oro Usha restaurant. Oro is that Aurobindo that she put that name, and Usha is her own name, Oro Usha restaurant. I asked, what is this strange name? That is how she explained how this came to me. It came to her. So on that good note, I think this is a lot that I spoke about Arunachala today and Tirunelveli. So if you happen to go to these places, there is enough data on my profile, on this Jake Light profile and also on Jacob Shivanand profile, where multiple visits, I've forgotten the counts of my visit there. Every time there is something special happening there. So you can collect those details if you want, just search and you'll get it. And I told you, if you want accommodation, you can always talk to Ashok Bhai. I have already shared his phone number on my previous video. He will help you. And regarding the dining and eating and all those things, very sattvic, very high energized prasad kind of food, you can get it in Oro Usha restaurant. I'm glad if you would listen to this and she could hear my gratitude through this video through her. And then the other places, I've talked all about it. So with this, I think I've spoken enough today and I've shared all that I wanted to share today. So the message to you is, whatever stage of life you are in, whatever situations you are in, good, bad, ugly, it all has a reason. All has a reason. So we should now, I think, try to focus on, or not ignore the bad aspects or the negative incidents in our life also, because they are meant to be something. I proved to you today how even that negative incident can actually be a blessing in disguise. Instant, within seconds that was revealed. So this way there are many things that happen in our life. And as per the Maharishi, what the Lemurians followed, gratefulness, gratitude to not just the good, to people do good to us, we should be grateful to them. Parents do good to us, we should be grateful to our parents. Guru, grateful to our Guru. God, grateful to our God. Grateful to our life. The opposites also matter. I mean, those who don't do good to you, those who are mean to you, those who might not treat you well, the incidents might not treat you well, that might not be for your highest happiness, but it is not without a reason. That is what the Maharishi conveyed to those civilizations, and the Lemurian civilization got it very strongly, that we won't discard our negative experiences. So transmuting negative experience into positive. So seeing in that way also, because I have always spoken on, never ignore your darker aspects. Don't just say positivity, positivity. If you say only positivity, you are bound to put a blind eye to your darker aspects. And you think all is well, all is well, all is well, all is well. In that ignorance, I have seen many people multiplying that negative aspects in them because they are ignoring it. And they are saying all is well, it's fine. It's okay to do so by being positive and not acknowledging their negative, darker aspects. You are only taking the positive aspects. You are pushing aside. It's like you are running away from your negative aspects and it is a very good theme for escapists. Anything negative, anything darker in myself, which I don't like to see myself, if my ego is strong, then I will justify it by saying, I am an optimistic person, I will not look at my negativity, because why should I brood? I am not saying brood on your negativity. Look at it, witness it, acknowledge the present, know that this is there, because that will motivate you to work on removing that, or not give it more fire in the ignorance of ego. So shadow self also is important. Our bright side also is important, shadow side. So we thank our shadow side. Be grateful to our negative aspects. Because of the negative only you can see the positive. That's what I'm telling you. If you only say positive, positive, that's fake. You cannot be appreciative of light. You cannot appreciate life, the light, without knowing what is darkness. If you don't know what is darkness, how can you appreciate light? Let's say all the time it has been light, there is no night, only day. You wouldn't have known the value of this light until there was a night. Because there is night, the darkness comes, you cannot see, there are so many obstacles at night. Only then you understand the night is there, and when the day comes, you are grateful. Oh my God, there's light, bright. Day, I can do my work. Night, limitations, I cannot do. Now you appreciate the day because of the night. So your darkness your light you can appreciate only when you see your dark aspects. They are in contrast. They reflect each other. Without one, the other cannot be known. This is the principle of duality. So if we are living in a dual world, we got to be aware of both these dualities. We cannot ignore this and say only one. Only one can only happen in non-duality, but in non-duality, both these merge. Then it becomes one. But if you say, no, I push this down and I catch this as one, that's not one. This is existing, but you're ignoring it. You're ignoring it. You're running away from it. You're only catching this, which is not a complete one. How do you complete it? Positive plus the negative. You embrace both your aspects. When you embrace both and transcend it, you become non-dual. One. This is one when it merges. Yeah, Kannu bhai. Very nice to see you are in Kanjanghat. Very beautiful. Kanjanghat is another power vortex. Many power vortexes. So if we follow all these principles, power vortexes, it really helps. It will help you in your journey. So with this and all the insights in today's video, I loved sharing all these details today with you. Something flowed very spontaneous through me. Something was provoking me to share these details from morning, and I thought I'll share it in 1 hour, but as usual I took that many hours. So it's like 2, 3, 4 hours plus again as usual. So it's not a brief session, it was a full-fledged session. So with this and a lot of prayers for your life and the evolution of your spiritual growth, a lot of love and light and prayers, divine love and light and prayers. May we all be blessed. Gurudev Sharanam. Guru Mandala Sharanam. Priya ji, God bless you too. Bindu ji, thank you for being here. Shubhangi ji, thank you for being here. You guys are here and I am able to talk and share these things with you. Anita ji, thank you for being here. Anil Kumar ji, thank you. Rahul ji, thank you. Deepa ji, thank you. Avinash, thank you ji. And I especially thank the people. Madan ji, thank you. And especially thank people who send me contributions, who share their valuable contributions. Because I must tell you, this is an important aspect. I cannot be living on air or managing these things without a cost. They do involve a cost. And I'm very grateful that from day one, some of you have been regularly helping me with this particular thing. Remember one thing, you are not actually helping me, you are helping yourself, you are helping a whole lot of people. And you are assisting in the divine work. So that is one way that we, actually contribute to the divine causes. Right now also I got a message that something has been sent and all that, just some moments before. So I'm seeing that message come. That's what reminded me and telling you. Of course, you guys have been doing a lot. And I thank you for that. Wholeheartedly grateful and thank you for keeping me going. These things help keep the project moving and whatever little work is being done here. It's all fine. Steam with 3 to 5 drops of Amrita Dhara helps in cold. Anita ji, thank you. Bhavani ji, thank you. Nirlakanti ji, thank you. Anita ji, actually, thank you for this. Amrita Dhara, I don't know what is this. Is this Ayurvedic or homeopathy? I don't know. I just had this deep cold due to change of climate, but certain things I just followed and I think it's almost gone now. So morning I was thinking I couldn't come because yesterday it was very harsh whole day. So I thought today I will not be able to come, but everything is gone now. Almost it's gone by the time I'm finishing this video. So I think the healing takes place automatically. Oh, this is Ayurvedic. Okay, thank you so much. I'll look into that. Amrita Dhara, 2 to 3 drops, helps in cold. Steam, okay, fine. I'll do that. If it persists by tomorrow, if it is gone, then it's fine. Thank you for all your support and love. Much divine love and light to all of you. Stay blessed always and stay smiling. Bye.